take your seats to start. Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Maris Georgiadis. I am the Deputy Permanent Representative of Cyprus to the UN agencies in Rome and the Chairperson of the European Commission on Agriculture. It is my great pleasure to open the 43rd session of the European Commission on Agriculture once again in physical modality. I'm delighted to see many familiar as well as new faces amongst you, and finally not in a Zoom meeting. I would like to welcome all of you, 55 delegates from 36 countries plus the European Union, and 7 representatives from civil society, non-governmental organizations, private sector, and academia. I look forward to having fruitful technical discussions related to the items without political interventions. First of all, on behalf of the Commission, FAO and myself, I would like to thank the government of Hungary for hosting this ECA session here in Budapest. Before we start our work, I would like to provide some information regarding the session, including relevant procedural information. This morning's session will be held from 9 to 12 o'clock. Lunch, kindly offered by the government of Hungary, will be provided in the hotel restaurant on the ground floor from 12 to 1 p.m. After lunch, from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m., there will be a side event on support to local rural development in Europe and Central Asia, which will be held in this room. There will be no official coffee breaks. However, coffee is available outside the room during the session. The afternoon session will begin in the plenary at 2 p.m. We hope to finish at 5 p.m. if the tight schedule permits. If you are planning to read the statement, please send it to the ECHA Secretariat at erc-echa-secretariat@fao.org prior to delivery, and please read it slowly and clearly to allow for interpretation. The Secretariat will always treat the text as confidential and check against delivery before including it in the report. The European Union is participating in this session in accordance with paragraphs 8 and 9 of Article 2 of the FAO Constitution. I also inform you that the European Union has submitted the Statement of Competence and Voting Rights by the European Union and its member states, which is document number ECHA/43/23/inf/3. I'm particularly pleased to acknowledge the participation of civil society, non-governmental organizations, and representatives from research and academia, as well as the private sector as observers in this session. Following the practice of previous ECHA sessions and regional conferences, observers are allowed to take part in the debates of the session under the relevant agenda items without having to wait until all members have spoken. Now, if there are no comments to the presented arrangements, we will start the session. I see no request for the floor. Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to give the floor to His Excellency Dr. István Nagy, Minister of Agriculture of Hungary, to deliver his opening remarks. Excellency, you have the floor.
Jó reggelt kívánok!
Dear colleagues, it is a great honor for me to welcome you in Budapest for the 43rd meeting of the European Commission on Agriculture. This year's theme is sustainable use of land and water resources in Europe and Central Asia. Nothing shows better the relevance of water issues than the fact that the United Nations held its first water conference in 2023. The FAO conference in July focused on water as a strategic resource, and this year's World Food Day slogan is "Water is life, water is food." Available water is limited. The populations and natural habitats of many countries around the world are already suffering from water scarcity, which is why it is in our interest and our shared responsibility to protect and sustainably use our water resources. Water management is more than just dealing with water due to its cross-sectoral integrated nature. Water is an element of the natural environment which is linked to many aspects of natural processes and human society. More and more water is used for agricultural, industrial, and domestic purposes, and food production is heavily dependent on access to water, both quantitatively and qualitatively. We need to recognize the fundamental importance of water in the Earth's climate system, the profound impact of land use and land changes on temperature variability, hydrology, and biodiversity. In terms of climate stability and water balance, each individual land area has an impact on the continent as a whole. The main challenges facing the European and Central Asian region include land degradation, soil salinity, lack of proper land tenure mechanisms, water scarcity, and climate change. With regard to the latter, the trend of decreasing precipitation and increasing temperatures is continuing. The presence of extremes is indicated by the fact that during periods of major floods and inland water events, floods, inland water and droughts may be present in a region in a single year. In order to ensure crop safety, it is no longer sufficient to apply appropriate agro-technology in crop production, but also to ensure conditions for water retention and water-efficient irrigation management. Thanks to its fortunate environments, Hungary is rich in high-quality water sources, so we regard clean water as a national treasure. Despite this, Hungarian agriculture also suffered last summer due to the drought. So the current most important task of water management is to keep the water in the landscape, in the backwaters of the rivers. That is why we have made a change of approach. We used to see water as a disaster, which we quickly drained away in case of flooding. But we have to manage water, store it, and conserve it when we have abundant water. In order to maintain water security and safe food production, our goal is the sustainable development of agriculture, which anticipates and keeps up with the expected effects of increasingly extreme weather conditions. We can achieve this primarily through the development of irrigation management, so that the start of the investment is always preceded by comprehensive analyses and complex decision-making work. Irrigation is in the public interest and the basis for a safe food supply. In Hungary, we prefer irrigation from surface water. By properly storing, transferring, distributing, and using surface water for agricultural irrigation, the adverse effects of climate change can be reduced. In addition, it is important to reduce the use of groundwater resources, which provide a significant proportion of domestic drinking water demand and have a longer recharge period. We know that effective water management requires the simultaneous use of multiple water conservation strategies, local practical applications, and measures with regional and global impact are equally important. Understanding the interplay of climatic effects of local practices is key. For example, collecting rainfall, discharging it into wells, and reusing it during drought is a less commonly utilized procedure, but it has great potential. This could not only alleviate water scarcity, but also raise water levels below the surface and help ecosystems to regenerate. The widespread use of rainwater retention surfaces and rainwater harvesting solutions in urban environments not only contributes to a more livable urban microclimate, but also has an impact on the regional environment. The restoration of floodplains and galleries has benefits for water conservation, groundwater recharge, and ecology. The adaptation of alternative agricultural management systems is also essential in order to preserve soil quality and water resources. The appropriate agricultural practices of farmers are essential for sustainable agricultural water management. The use of natural water retention methods, for example, infiltration within the field, protection against erosion, and territorial water retention, and in general, the adaptation of mosaic land use and cultivated plants to local environmental conditions. Furthermore, we have developed a new investment and maintenance support program for the creation of new areas where it is not worthwhile to continue arable production, and where wetlands and small-scale water facilities for regional water retention can be created. In order to protect soil and biodiversity, it is important to comply with environmental requirements such as crop diversification, maintaining permanent grassland, and creating biodiversity support areas on arable land. Healthy soil is full of life, and there are more living things in a handful of soil than there are people on Earth. Soil is the basis for producing enough healthy and good quality food. Healthy soil serves not only food security, but also environmental and climate protection, since its carbon sequestration and purification capacity is outstanding, which has an impact on the quality of life. Soil is an extremely important environmental resource and economic factor in our country. Almost 54% of Hungary's land is under agricultural use. The agricultural area per capita is 0.50 hectares, which is considered high both in the EU and globally. Hungary ranks 6th among EU member states and 20th in the world in terms of arable land per capita. Fortunately, farmers have much more information than ever before to learn about their soil. The Hungarian agricultural policy prioritizes soil improvement and sustainable soil management. In 2021, the government adopted the Soil Protection Action Plan, which builds on shared responsibility and shifts the focus from post-punishment authority work to preventative knowledge-sharing soil protection. The role of research, development, and innovation in increasing the efficiency of sustainable soil and water use is crucial. Precision technology allows less and targeted water use by adapting irrigation to the real needs of the plant. Thus, safer and more predictable agricultural production and higher product quality can be achieved without damaging the environment. Community engagement and education are also very important. The active participation of communities and individuals is needed to achieve sustainable land and water use. Early and adequate education and awareness-raising initiatives are essential to promote responsible consumption and environmental protection. Last but not least, I would like to stress the importance of global cooperation, as international cooperation is essential to tackle cross-border issues such as land and water management. Ensuring sustainable use of these natural resources requires political commitment and a systemic approach to contribute to more resilient food systems and biodiversity conservation in the region. Dear colleagues, let us commit ourselves to a more sustainable and climate-resilient use of land and water resources so that future generations can live in a world which is rich in natural resources. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your warm welcome. And as you correctly stated, clean water is considered a national treasure, and healthy soil is full of life, and both should be managed sustainably. Let me now invite Mr. Nabil Kanji, officer in charge for the Regional Office for Europe and Central Asia and Deputy Regional Representative, to deliver his opening remarks. Mr. Kanji, you have the floor.
Thank you, Marius. Thank you. Excellencies, Your Excellency, honorable representatives, observers and colleagues, it is my honor and pleasure to welcome you to the 43rd session of the European Commission on Agriculture, taking place in this beautiful city of Budapest. Thank you, Mr. Minister, for ordering the great weather, and I'm happy that we can all meet in person again under the sun of Budapest after the break of the COVID. It is also very encouraging to see 36 countries plus the EU plus 7 observer organizations participating today in the European Commission on Agriculture, which shows basically our relevance for all members in the region. Let me take this opportunity to express my gratitude, sincere gratitude, to the government of Hungary, specifically to the Ministry of Agriculture, for their hospitality, not only for the Commission, but actually for FAO. The regional office has been working here for several years, thanks to the hospitality of the Ministry of Agriculture, and today our Commission on Agriculture is also hosted by the Ministry of Agriculture. I would like also to thank them for the arrangements for the field trips, which I hope that we will all be able to go. They're two very different opportunities, and I think if you could please, if you haven't registered yet, please do with the Secretariat. It is the mandate and the good tradition of the Commission to discuss issues that are most relevant for the development of agriculture aspects in the countries of the region. In the sessions, we try to address the needs and challenges existing in the region within the FAO's biennial theme adopted by the conference as overall framework. Thus, after discussions at the meetings of the Executive Committee and considering proposals collected from the members, we agreed that the main theme of this session be the management of land and water resources. Excellencies, land and water equals life. Some wise person said once, give me agriculture, I give you civilization. And land and water make agriculture, and agriculture makes civilization. Because of the current challenges to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, and at the request of the Executive Committee, an update on FAO's response to the multiple crises has been included also in your agenda. I would like to thank the ECA Secretariat and the Executive Committee for all their conceptual and preparatory work throughout the 2 years between the sessions. I would also like to express my appreciation for the work of the technical officers from the regional office headed by the regional program leader. I hope that members have found these documents helpful in providing sufficient background information for productive sessions and discussions. With this, and without further ado, I look forward to active participation from your membership. During the session, I would like to wish everybody fruitful discussion in the plenary and in the side events. And I had the pleasure actually of attending the first side event in the morning on gender, and I really would encourage everyone to try to attend the second session during the lunch break. Finally, I'd like to thank the government of Hungary, and basically thank you all for being here, and I hope you can enjoy the finest of weathers of Budapest. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ganji, for your opening remarks. With the session officially open, we can begin our work. The first item of business is the adoption of the agenda and timetable for the session. The Secretariat has prepared the documents, and the agenda is document number ECA/43/23/1, and the timetable is document number ECA/43/23/2 Rev 2. Are there any objections or proposals to the agenda and timetable as presented? I see no requests for the floor. I therefore consider the agenda and the timetable adopted. Let us move to item 2, appointment of the rapporteurs. Prior to the session, Ms. Ekaterina Vibornova, Russian Federation, has been nominated to be rapporteur. Are there any objections to these nominations? And are there any other nominations? I see Spain on behalf of the European Union and its member states.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you very much, sir. Welcome to all of you. Spain, on behalf of the EU and the 27 member states, would like to abstain from the appointment of the rapporteur. Thank you.
At this point, I would like to inform you that countries, member states, can nominate more than one rapporteur. So if there are any other nominations, please provide them to us at this moment. Spain, please, you have the floor.
Gracias de nuevo.
Thanks again, sir. Just one thing. Could we perhaps put forward a candidate after lunch? Would that be possible?
Thank you, Spain, for your suggestion. Yes, this would be possible. Please contact the Secretariat, and this could be arranged. Thank you. Another suggestion would be to the Commission if there is a request for a quick break, 10 or 15 minutes, for a coordination between the EU and its member states to come forward with the nomination at this moment. That could also be possible. I'm in your hands.
Gracias de nuevo.
Thank you again, sir, for offering that alternative. If possible, we'd rather do it after lunch. That will give us more time. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Well taken. So, I therefore consider Ms. Ekaterina Vibornova appointed as rapporteur with the abstention of the European Union and its 27 member states, and we are still waiting for another nomination after the break. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, next, Spain.
Perdón.
I'm sorry. I don't know whether you heard this. We heard abstention rather than dissociation. I'd like to confirm that we said dissociation rather than abstention. Thank you.
I believe there was an issue with the translation, or I didn't get the word right. So it's dissociation, not abstention, just for the record. Yes. Thank you. I see no further request for the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, next on the order of business is agenda item 3, sustainable use of land and water resources in Europe and Central Asia. The background document number for this agenda item is ECA/43/23/3. This item is intended to introduce only the main theme of the ECA session, and thus members and observers are requested to deliver their statements not under this item, but at the next agenda items detailing the specific subtopics. As you are aware, this is an extremely important and urgent topic. By 2050, the agricultural sector, the largest user of water globally, will have to feed an estimated 9.7 billion people. We need to find the way to manage land and water resources sustainably and treat them as integrated. This way, they will be in a position to effectively fight climate change, food insecurity, and contribute in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals and their respective targets by contributing to the transformation to more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable food systems. I would now like to invite Ms. Tania Santivanes, Agriculture Officer in the FAO Regional Office for Europe and Central Asia, to introduce this item. Ms. Santivanes, you have the floor.
Good morning, everyone. Dear Chairperson, dear participants, dear colleagues, allow me to start the presentation by underlining that natural resources, biodiversity, and ecosystem are the foundation of agri-food systems. It is evident that ecosystem services are the basis of economical and social service for food security and improved livelihoods. However, in the current scenario of the global crisis, land degradation and water scarcity have reached the limits of productive capacity as a result of the agricultural production system putting enormous pressures on land, soil, water, and especially in rural communities where the resource base is limited and dependence of land and water resources is high. It is clear that unsustainable land and soil and water leads to land degradation, erosion, decreased soil quality, soil and water pollution, and drops in ground levels, consequently decreasing crop and livestock production, which directly impact to food security and human health. In this sense, in Europe and Central Asia, we are facing several challenges related to water and land. In Central Asia, estimates are around 7% of cropland, 48% of pastoral land, and 4% of forest land are degraded. More than half the land in Central Asia is salinized. In Western and North Europe, the land degradation is due to land use change through high urbanization and new infrastructure. While in the Mediterranean region, soil degradation is primarily caused by erosion. The insecurity of tenure of land and water resources increase management problems. In Europe, only 4% of surface water bodies are good or in better ecological conditions. Moreover, water resources and ecosystem in our region are also affected by climate change. Reduction in precipitation due to the impact of climate change may lead to rise in water withdrawal for agriculture. By 2030, it's expected that every country in Central Asia, Caucasus, except Georgia, will experience high and extremely high levels of water stress. It's also the case for Ukraine, North Macedonia, and Turkey, and for several European countries, include Greece, Italy, Portugal, and Spain. The main causes of this challenge include unsustainable agricultural practices such as overgrazing, the excessive use of chemical fertilizer and pesticide, monoculture farming, and improved water management practices. In addition, In our region, there is a lack of coordination among the water, agriculture, forestry, and energy sectors that prevents an integrated approach in the management of watershed and produce, in some cases, contradicted policies and insufficient development results. Therefore, it's urgent to address this challenge through effective land and water governance and implementing integrated water and land policies. In this regard, advancing land and water governance is embodied in FAO strategic framework, and it's for better, especially better environment and better production. In response, FAO has established at global level a series of instruments, mechanisms, and approaches, such as Global Framework on Water Scarcity in Agriculture, the Global Water Information System Aquastat, the Global Soil Partnership. And it is interesting that during COP27 last year, FAO established the Food and Agriculture for Sustainable Transformation Initiative to deliver 3 wins for people, for climate, and for nature. In addition, FAO promotes the voluntary guidelines in the responsible governance on land tenure, fisheries, and forests. And also, we are promoting land degradation neutrality in the framework of United Conventions to combat desertification. We also welcome to newly adopted nature restoration law in the European Union, which places the covering measures on 20% of land and sea by 2030 and covers all degraded ecosystem by 2050. At the regional level, FAO is supporting the program countries in the region through various projects and actions to address land and soil and water challenge through 2 programmatic umbrellas. First, Regional Initiative 1 on empowering small farmers, family farms, youth transformation based on sustainable use natural resources. And Regional Initiative 3, which focus on managing natural resources sustainable and preserving biodiversity in a changing climate. The FAO Regional Office aims to enhance water policy in Central Asia countries by conducting studies on water policies and establishing a regional water policy platform for Central Asia. In addition, FAO Regional Office published a technical guide for support policymakers on how secure tenure rights can contribute to land degradation neutrality and provide possible solutions to land tenure challenge. FAO support 12 member countries in the region with land consolidation, and in the Republic of Moldova, Turkey, Azerbaijan, Ukraine, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Central Asia countries, FAO is supporting to achieve land degradation neutrality using new technologies. Moreover, to facilitate connection among others, networks and technical areas related to green agriculture, such as land management instruments, land degradation neutrality, soil water management, last year we launched the Green Agriculture Platform. This brief overview of the importance of natural resources related to agriculture and its interconnection with land and water resources is just a summary of the 4 technical topics that we will discuss today. The first topic, as you know, is on integrated land and water resources management. The second and third topic presented under Agenda 5 is on governance of tenure, land degradation and land degradation neutrality, and the final topic is on water governance. Let me conclude that the aim in discussing these topics is to encourage collaboration and coordination among the actors, which could lead to integrate land and water policies and regulation across sectors and across countries. The discussion will be also identify the most important practical solutions and recommendations to promote integrated land and water management, improve land and water governance, and to achieve land degradation neutrality in our region. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Santivanes, for introducing the main theme of our agenda. And with this, I would like to close item number 3 of our agenda. Our next item is agenda item 4, enhancing the resilience and sustainability of national agri-food systems throughout integrated land and water resources management in Europe and Central Asia. The background document number for the item is ECHA/43/23/4 Rev 1. For this item, I would like to ask Ms. Sara Marjani-Zadeh, Land and Water Officer in the FAO Sub-Regional Office for Central Asia, to introduce this item. Ms. Marjani-Zadeh, you have the floor.
It's not on. Okay, I apologize. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. And thanks to my colleague, Ms. Santinaves, to actually introduce the topic of the day. I'm just going very briefly into the document that we have shared with you before about the integrated land and water resource management. Of course, for the sake of the time, I cannot go into a lot of details, but I will just give you a very brief overview of what this topic is about, and my colleague Tanya already actually mentioned a lot of this. Oh, sorry. Okay, I believe all of us know that agriculture is the main consumer of the water resources around the world, and this is just to show also that is the same also for our region, for Europe and Central Asia and the Balkans and Caucasus. Of course, depending on the country, in Europe less proportion than Central Asia, but still between 70 to 90% of our water resources are being used in agriculture land. So this means that in order to basically properly secure our water quality and quantity, agricultural practices are key, and also the other way around. If we want to achieve food security, we have to conserve and use our water resources efficiently. So they are very much interlinked, and we want to emphasize that it's very important to look into land and water resources in an integrated manner, and not just to look into water resources or only into the land management. They are actually together, so we cannot achieve water security without looking into, for instance, land resources management. So just to say a little bit about our region, before talking about the challenges, I have to say that in general, in our region, we have in relation to food security, we have been able to have positive outcomes. For instance, the malnutrition in general in our region is less than other regions in the world, mainly because of the European countries' contribution, if we want to see proportional-wise. But in general, malnutrition is relatively less than other regions, but we have, like many other regions in the world, challenges as have been discussed also by my colleague previously. So as you can see, we have from the loads of pollutions, which mainly are contaminating the water resources in the Europe, to also the low water efficiency in Central Asia. So it's a mixture of both the quantity and quality of the water that we are facing, the degradation of basically the water resources that we have. We have the climate change impact, which is affecting negatively our region. And as you can see in these charts, basically in Europe and Central Asia, we have basically per capita somehow, I can't say the lowest, but in Central Asia somehow the lowest per capita renewable freshwater resources available. However, the withdrawals in Central Asia is quite high. I would say in Europe, based on the chart, is relatively more efficient, but in Central Asia we have a lower water efficiency, which can be one of our targets for sustainable use of water and land resources. So I have to also emphasize that the land degradation, as was mentioned before, and all this integration between water and land resources is quite prominent in our region, and if we don't look into these two in a nexus approach, we cannot really achieve the sustainable management of neither of them for achieving the food security. So in order to have a proper integrated land and water resource management, we need, of course, better stakeholder involvement, whether vertical or horizontal. These are all mentioned in the document, but it's quite important whether we are talking about at regional level, national level, inter-country levels, transboundary issues. So it all needs a lot of stakeholder involvement. We need a lot of work on also land and tenure. For instance, women also access to land ownership is another important matter which was also discussed before in the side event, recognizing different nexuses, for instance, water, energy, and basically water, land, food, energy nexus. FAO started this initiative a few years back, and I'm sure you are all aware of it, but this is quite important. For instance, in the context of Central Asia, we have to keep in mind that upstream countries, for instance, they have more interest in the energy production, while downstream countries are looking more into the irrigation purposes. So it's important to look into the different needs and demands of each country and each region, while keeping in mind the sustainable land and water management. And energy, of course, is an extremely important context. Just to give you a very small case study that shows basically the coordination and cooperation between the countries. I just brought here the European Union Water Framework Directive, which started in 2000, and it talks about the loads of pollution. You probably all know about it, so I'm not going to go into a lot of details, but this initiative ceased in 2011, I believe, because there are other now bodies in action, but this was mainly in order to, we are now on the bank of the Danube River, so this was in particular about decreasing the load of pollution, which was coming both from the water resources and also the land degradation into the Danube River and into the Black Sea. So this was, of course, it wasn't perfect because it also had its flaws, but in general it is used as a good example of the successful cooperation between different countries. And as you can see here, it shows that at least it kept the load of nutrients and potassium in the Danube almost stable within the years and started decreasing. So this was a good initiative, and it focused a lot on the infrastructure, especially the treatment of wastewater discharge into the river, but also into the integrated land management. So it wasn't only about the water, but also about the land. So it can be as an example of how we should move forward, considering that, as I said, like all initiative, it has also its flaws. And this one, just to show about key steps forward, and if we have to come up with new initiatives, or let's say improving our current initiatives in our region, we should very much focus on intersectoral coordination, as we mentioned, policy frameworks, regional coordination, especially between Europe and Central Asia, because there are a lot of lessons that we can learn from each other. For sure, European Union, for instance, can share a lot of expertise regarding the pollution control, and we can learn also a lot from Central Asia. So it's very important to have this coordination and cooperation between the countries. If this is one message to convey about the integrated land and water resource management within our region. And of course, if there is a will, there is a way. So there are a lot of mechanisms in place already. So we have all the roadmaps and action plans, etc. But sometimes we fail because there might not be the will that we are looking for. So we know what we have to do, but it's important that we work together and we coordinate and collaborate, and we know our demands and also the benefit of cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Marjani Zadeh. I'm opening the discussion on this item. Would any member or observer representatives like to take the floor? Spain. Please, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, sir, for allowing me to break the ice. I am honored to speak on behalf of the European Union and its 27 member states. Also to say that we fully agree with this statement by Albania, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Georgia, Iceland, Montenegro, North Macedonia, and Ukraine. I'll start. We concur with the fundamental importance of integrating the management of land and water for food security and nutrition in the region and elsewhere, taking into consideration relevant dimensions such as competition among different uses, forest and ecosystem degradation, and the development of institutions that can ensure effective and inclusive management of water and land at local, national, and transboundary level. At the European Union, the Water Framework Directive, adopted in 2000, while focused on water quality, represents a significant shift in how water resources are managed, emphasizing a holistic and integrated approach, which requires the assessment and management of water bodies as integrated systems. Moreover, water management under the directive is organized by river basin districts. This approach encourages cooperation among the EU member states, which share river basins. While there is always room for improvement, the directive can be a source of inspiration for public policy design, including the lessons learned with its implementation at national and regional level. As widely recognized, and as the United Nations Water Conference held last March showed, water governance is a complex matter, including addressing issues such as transboundary water management cooperation or property rights related to water. Linking land to water management is embracing complexity, which requires thinking anew, supported by sound science and evidence. We are fully convinced that ecosystem-based solutions and sustainable management of natural resources are key when it comes to protecting water and land. In this context, we invite FAO to provide support to countries in order to develop public policies that envisage integrated land and water management planning at a local and national level, taking into consideration, in particular, local community involvement and gender and minority inclusion. We also invite FAO to work with the governments to develop collaborative frameworks to ensure inclusive and sustainable planning, financing, governance, and implementation of transboundary water management, and also to tackle soil degradation, to ensure the conservation and quality of water and land resources, and also fulfilling the Sustainable Development Goals of the Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development. We stand ready to work with the countries in the region, openly and transparently, mutually respecting their national sovereignty and full territorial integrity in order to share experiences to promote a more integrated water and land management and planning approach. The envisaged solutions should encompass different sectors and priorities, which can contribute to better managed trade-offs, foster synergies, and improve coherence among the water, land, and energy sectors in order to achieve food security, sustainable production, and the SDG targets. Thank you very much. I'd like to add something, if I may. The documents that we've received were received with some delay, and this limits the response of the members. Also, they arrived first in English, and then they arrived a lot later in the official languages of the United Nations, and that goes against the principles. So we would encourage the management to ensure that the documents are available in all of the official languages with the necessary period of time to enable us to study them. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Spain, on behalf of the EU and its 27 member states for your statement on the item and also for the observation about the background documents. I believe that management and the regional office will take care of this matter in order to be avoided in next ECA meetings. Now, if anyone else would like to take the floor, yes, I have the civil society organization. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. This intervention was supposed to have been made by Mr. Marton Bruder, a Hungarian livestock farmer and member of our Nyeleni Europe and Central Asia Civil Society Organization delegation. He was informed yesterday that he has a veterinary inspection on his farm today, so we are reading it on his behalf. It just goes to show you how difficult it is for our small-scale food producers to make active contributions to policy, but we overcome this by our collective work. So the statement is, sustainable use of land implies land regulation to ensure access to land, as well as settling a large number of small and medium-scale farmers and adopting an agroecological use of land. Land regulation should be based on the voluntary guidelines to tenure and implies fighting back land concentration and land and water grabbing, which lead to the mechanization of practices, the desertification of rural areas, unhealthy soils, the loss of peasant territorial knowledge, and also threaten food sovereignty through competitive market orientation and deterritorialized long supply chain production. Land is crucial, central, and cross-cutting element to the new adopted global biodiversity framework and the CBD. Land is also a critical indicator for traditional knowledge of indigenous people, and their preservation of traditional knowledge is inextricably linked to the preservation of traditional lifestyles that are relevant for the conservation and the sustainable use of biological diversity, which in turn is linked to the land, the territories, and the resources associated with the specific traditional knowledge and fighting climate change. Soil quality in Europe is declining dramatically. 60 to 70% of the EU's soil ecosystems are now unhealthy and suffering from continuous degradation. This is due to many factors such as compaction, salinization, poor waste management, but is also a result of the use of synthetic pesticides and fertilizers. Producing and using pesticides and fertilizers causes considerable greenhouse gas emissions, carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, and so on, often from fossil fuels. It also promotes an agricultural model and agricultural practices that release high emissions and pollute our water sources, rivers, and oceans through runoff. Finally, these phytosanitary products also deplete soil quality, thus weakening the capacity of soils to sequester carbon. At the very least, we must meet the Green Deal target of reducing the use and risk of synthetic pesticides by 50% by 2030. The Commission must not roll back the farm-to-fork policy and must implement the prohibition of harmful chemical inputs. The model of industrialized agriculture controlled by national or multinational companies bears a fundamental responsibility for the climate and environmental crisis. It consumes huge amounts of energy, often responsible for CO2 emissions. It depends on huge amounts of water and uses synthetic chemical inputs that destroy the life of our soils. It removes hedgerows and other landscape infrastructure that is essential for biodiversity, such as ponds and wetlands. The high concentration of polluting inputs often leads to local populations, such as the uncontrolled use of synthetic pesticides, antibiotic resistance, and the risk of zoonosis. Finally, it is not true that peasant farming can coexist with factory farms, as this industrialized model grabs the resources, monopolizes markets and public subsidies. It competes with peasant farming by proposing to reduce labor costs as much as possible by destroying peasant employment and using an underpaid workforce with no social rights. It also inflicts poor standards of animal welfare and fails to respect basic animal needs. What we as civil society collectively request: factory farms must be banned. First, public subsidies to these corporations and factory farms must be stopped immediately. Secondly, caps on farmland and animal numbers must be imposed to limit agricultural concentration. The largest structures must be dismantled. Sound transition plans need to be developed in conjunction with workers to ensure that they have adequate and dignified alternative options with fair pay for decent work, including transitioning towards more sustainable and agroecological farming that respects the ILO's norms and policies and human rights. As part of the transition, the states must set up rules to protect the rights of workers that face deteriorating working conditions as a direct result of climate issues such as unsafe high temperatures. And we welcome Spain's contribution as well, talking about community governance, as this is very critical. Soil microbiota is reflected also in human microbiota. Poor soil leads to health issues in humans through the impact of pesticides, weed killers, and the resulting lack of healthy microbiome. On the contrary, various well-documented, validated reports with significant evidence show that human soil microbiome and agroecology lead to an increase in human health and up to 20% less cancer and non-communicable diseases. So we want to see the intermediate ban of glyphosate in all our region, as well as other harmful pesticides, and the promotion of peasant agroecology. And I thank you for your time.
I thank the representative from the civil society organizations, and I give the floor to Switzerland.
Thank you very much. I will speak in French.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. In general terms, Switzerland supports the recommendations in the document under discussion, but I would like to stress the following points. When improving national political frameworks, we feel it's essential to address issues of governance and gender. Moreover, the political frameworks concerned should be harmonized with the overall objective of attaining the SDGs. Furthermore, we know that under item 6, importance of water governance for enhancing water security in Europe, we will be discussing more the question of policy and decision making. However, we believe it is important to mention here that to strengthen resilience and sustainability in national agri-food systems, it's essential to relate the technical work with political and decision-making processes. Consequently, we suggest emphasis be placed on this aspect in the future work of the FAO on integrated land and water management in Europe and Central Asia. Moreover, we would like to stress the important work of WASAG regarding water scarcity in agriculture, and we would like to encourage the FAO to use multi-stakeholder partnerships on this issue. Switzerland also wishes to stress that the diverging interests regarding use of water in agricultural production, energy, food and the environment could be more clearly highlighted in the document. Water is a shared natural resource which requires a systemic vision and comprehensive taking into account of the whole water cycle. This in order to marry the interests and diverging objectives of different sectors. Consequently, Switzerland encourages the FAO to use the water, energy, food ecosystems nexus in order to take into account all dimensions, especially when it comes to supporting coordination and intersectoral planning at the regional level. Thank you.
Thank you, Switzerland. I see now Ukraine asking for the floor.
Mr. Chair, thank you for giving me the floor. I'm grateful to FAO and for Hungarian side for the invitation and for the opportunity to discuss the current issue of agenda. Distinguished delegates, dear colleagues, our farmers due to this 18 months of full-scale war have been facing many difficulties, and those difficulties are not secret for you because we are talking about them all the time. The Russian Federation occupied more than 20% of agricultural land, which cannot be used even after the deoccupation because it's either polluted with mines or with military material, and its cleaning will take many years. A painful issue remains humanitarian demining, which is included as one of the priority directions for the rapid recovery of Ukraine this year. More than 470,000 hectares are primarily needed to ensure the implementation of field works according to the National Plan for Humanitarian Demining of Agricultural Lands. We reaffirm our appreciation to FAO, World Food Programme and international partners who are involved in this process. Currently, only 17% of prioritized areas are demined. At the same time, active hostilities continue, so this figure does not include million hectares of land temporarily occupied by the aggressor. Nevertheless, we found opportunity to grow, store and export during the war. This year we are going to harvest approximately 79 million tons of grain, while the export is expected about 60 million tons despite the constant attacks on the new ports infrastructure by Russian Federation. Dear participants, the other important issue is the destruction of Kakhovka Dam. The Kakhovka reservoir was the main source of water in the south part of Ukraine. The hydraulic dam breach caused a catastrophic flood affecting agricultural land, causing chemical pollution, habitat destruction, and potential long-term environmental impact. In the aftermath of the destruction of the Kakhovka Dam, the situation for rural farming households in Ukraine has worsened. Recovery from the Kakhovka Dam disaster is an integral part of Ukraine's government strategy for recovery and reconstruction from the full-scale invasion by the Russian Federation. We are grateful to FAO for its participation in the post-disaster need assessment under the leadership of UN Resident Coordinator for Ukraine to define a recovery strategy. The PDNA preliminary estimates more than $400 million of total damage and loss to the agriculture sector. Most of the damage and losses, around 90% in agriculture sector, were attributed to crop production, primarily due to the disruption of irrigation. Damage and losses to fishery, aquaculture and livestock consist around 10% of the total damages. As a result of the destruction of Kakhovka Dam, the state sturgeon plant, which is only one in Ukraine and unique, was flooded. And it is a direct threat to the further reproduction of sturgeon fish population, which may lead to disappearance of this relic species in the water reservoirs of Ukraine. Further damages and losses on occupied territory remain unknown. Dear colleagues, you were briefly informed about key problems of waterland management in Ukraine. We recognize the crucial importance of integrated management of land and water for food security and nutrition, with the countries respecting the national sovereignty and full territorial integrity, because otherwise it cannot be. We call conference to reaffirm the decision on implication on world food security and agriculture arising from the aggression of Russian Federation against Ukraine, adopted by the FAO Council, by the 43rd session FAO Conference, and by the 33rd FAO Regional Conference of Europe. Distinguished delegates, thank you for the chance to confirm once again the position of Ukraine, which is that the implementation of effective mechanism for guaranteeing the global food security is one of the most important tasks. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ukraine. I now recognize Georgia. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. At first, I would like to express gratitude towards the organizers of the meeting in order to appreciate our country and to participate in the meeting. I would like to draw your attention on those topics which are mentioned in the papers prepared by ECA. My name is also ECA, that's why sometimes I'm confusing mention this word. So first is land degradation. Land degradation is one of the world's most pressing environmental problem, and it will get worse over time without rapid remedial action. And in the context of land degradation, we must not forget the soil factor. As of my profession, I'm soil scientist, and that's why I would like to emphasize topic of soils. So soil is the most basic natural body in the world, perhaps the most basic, all of for meeting our requirements. So scientists warned us that 24 billion ton of fertile soil was being lost per year, largely due to unsustainable agricultural practices. And if this trend continues, 95% of the earthland areas could become degraded by 2050. The mentioned statistic shows us that in the near future, the world will face the threat of food shortage. However, the process have been started. So the question is, what is the cure keys in order to harm the process? This is a very significant question for us. Yes, FAO prepared a focal point in the GSP, Global Soil Partnership, and has communications between, and I know how professionals are there. So they prepared significant concepts and recommendations, these or those topics, in the form of documents. And however, their introduction at the local level is associated with a number of barriers sometimes. For example, I would like to show some examples of Georgia. For example, in Georgia, land consolidation is a really daunting challenge because in the 20th century we entirely changed the land management approaches. So under land reform, land fragmentation, as well as less economically viable farming was formed, where land consists of 0.25 hectares in small farms. Land fragmentation is a problem for the state, and it caused limitation of conducting common agricultural policy, increased costs and reduced efficiency. Fragmented agricultural services included fragmented irrigation and drainage systems, needs for sometimes construction of additional internal agricultural roads at the expense of fertile soils. So, in order to define rational agricultural policy in the country, land consolidation concept should be developed, and we need specific some topics in order to achieve some progress in these kind of problems. Second is soil, as I mentioned. As my profession, so Georgia is called as a museum of soils under the open sky, and it's noticeable that almost all types of soil spread in the world can be found in such a small country as Georgia. Unfortunately, the country faced formidable challenges in recent history. So almost half of any agricultural land areas, approximately 47%, was excluded from the agriculture and production because of erosion, secondary salinity, and waterlogging. What is the challenge in this direction? We don't have master plan of soil salinization. We don't know how manage rationally saline soils, and we don't have new technologies how to manage saline soils. So in this direction, we need international support. And we hope that FAO or other international organizations will give us some assistance in order to overcome this kind of problems. And the third issue is water. Water is mentioned, and I absolutely agree with Spain that the international integrated water management, this is very important issue for us also. And water stress, scarcity, its sanitarization and rational management of water resources is one of the basic issues on which our ministry, I represent Ministry of Environmental Protection and Agriculture of Georgia, focuses on. Georgia worked out considerable amount of political as well as strategy documents in order to tackle these topics in the frame of conducting EU directives and other international convention obligations. We're taking significant steps within the framework of the Harris-Lowley concept. However, there is still much to do. Moreover, the country's policy is aimed at holistic approaches to the management of natural resources, i.e. management of land, soil and water in unified context. And this is example of these projects: Georgia Resilient Agriculture of Irrigation and Land Market and Climate Smart Agriculture, which are co-financed by World Bank and Asia Development Bank. The project focuses on irrigation infrastructure development, decentralization of irrigation infrastructure of local level and formation of water user organizations, awareness raising, training trainings on farmers' incentives, creation of drainage strategy and so on. In conclusion, Georgia recognizes the principles of sustainable land, water, soil management, fully share and fulfills European guidelines and strive to become a part of Europe. Fundamental values of Georgia are coincided with European. Also, on this responsible and important part, support of Europe is vital for us because it's directly linked with our existence as well as future. Thank you very much for attention.
Thank you, Georgia. Next on my list is Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan, please, you have the floor.
Добрый день.
Good morning, distinguished participants, distinguished colleagues. I immediately apologize because it's the first time I've taken part in such an event. May I congratulate you and greet you on behalf of our ministry in the Republic of Kazakhstan, and thank you for giving me the floor. I am the chair of the Committee on Land Resource Management in Kazakhstan and the main inspector for land inspections, and also the national coordinator for the UNCCD and the representative on the Soil Partnership for Kazakhstan. As regards this water issue, I'd like to point out that literally in September this year, in the Republic, we established a Ministry for Water Resources and Irrigation. And I say that just for information. Kazakhstan, as you know, is in Europe and in Asia, and it has huge natural resources and a surface area which is 270 million hectares. And of course, we are one of the leading countries in the world in land resources. And 43% of the territory is taken up by agriculture. And the threat of degradation now may affect some 90 million hectares, and 29 million hectares have already been ruled out for agricultural use because of drought. And we think this is one of the key factors in the desertification of Kazakhstan, non-rational use of land, and overuse of pasture land and agricultural and technological use have all led to a deterioration of the quality and fertility of the soils. Kazakhstan has ratified the UN Convention on combating desertification, and from the end of 2021, the coordinating organ for this convention is the body I head, and Kazakhstan takes active part in the work of the inter-regional group on the UNCCD, and the degradation processes are particularly important in terms of public awareness regarding the reasons of such desertification, and it's only with up-to-date data on soil fertility that we can assess the problem and redress it. In accordance with the state program, we have planned to research the issue, and between 2023 and 2026, we are planning to cover some 25 million hectares with this research, and we are preparing electronic inspection equipment to cover other areas so that we can assess the parameters of the soil affecting the land quality and productive capacity. And we have digitalized large numbers of hectares of the surface area of the country. From the 1st of January 2025, the coverage of digitalization of maps, according to our plans, should reach 100%, with the exception of the desert and semi-desert areas. In 2017, we adopted a special law on pasture, which provides for the adoption of rules for rational use of pasture land, and also to deal with flooding of pasture land and combating desertification of pasture land. And the President of the country has now signed a law on digitalization of all aspects of land use. And in the first phase, we are planning, as of the 1st of September, a signature of various aspects of research in a specialized committee. So we have created a state enterprise which will carry out soil and hydrobotanical research with branches in all the 20 regions of our huge country. And this will make it possible to have a single coordinated policy on guaranteeing rational and effective management of land resources. Furthermore, we've adopted a number of legislative measures on concentration of land of agricultural significance in certain hands, and the introduction of state control on monitoring, and and a number of other measures with the FAO and its team. In the regional project, we've developed a portal for Kazakhstan with the map of salinity of soils and mapping productivity of soils, as well as carbon capture of soils. Kazakhstan has an obligation now to chair the steering committee of the Eurasian Soil Partnership, and we thank colleagues for their trust. The Eurasian Soil Partnership was established in November of 2013, and we feel that it will help us to resolve issues of degradation of land in our country. In the context of initiatives to recarbonize soils, the next stage will be a plenary meeting to be held in Kazakhstan in 2025. All of these measures play an important role in the sustainable management and use of land resources. We continue work to develop an institutional project. The speaker is speaking far too fast, the interpreter points out. We are counting on international cooperation, which gives us irreplaceable possibilities for scientific, technical, financial cooperation and assistance, thus giving a new boost to developing processes of combating desertification and soil degradation. Again, the interpreters appeal to speakers to speak at a reasonable speed, especially if we don't have the text.
Thank you, Kazakhstan, for your intervention. So, Russian Federation asks for the floor. I'm going to wait until the representative takes her place behind the flag. Thank you. Russian Federation, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. We would like to begin our statement by expressing surprise at the way in which the work has started and the politicization of the session. I'm talking about Spain's statement on behalf of the EU, dissociating them from Russia's candidacy for the rapporteur of this session. Secondly, we were also compelled to draw your attention and the attention of distinguished colleagues to an unpleasant fact, and that is the failure of the issuance of visas to representatives coming from Moscow who were supposed to take part in the session. Moreover, the document for the visas was suitably put forward in a timely manner. We see this as an attempt to hamper the participation of our country in an official event of the FAO. And the Russian Federation, as the equal member of the FAO, finds such behavior to be unacceptable, using visa instruments for artificially infringing our rights as the Russian Federation to take part in FAO events. We call on the Secretariat and the Member States to pay due attention to this issue, because it's not the first time it's happened. As regards the agenda item under discussion, our country shares the concerns about the deteriorating state of land and water resources in the region of Europe and Central Asia. They are necessary for food production and guaranteeing healthy nutrition of the population, conservation of biodiversity, and preventing climate change. The sustainable development of agriculture and agri-food systems is not possible without proper management of water and land resources. It's important to point out that political, economic, and social conditions in the countries of the region may substantially vary, and correspondingly, the possibilities for developing universal approaches and/or decisions for water use and land management are extremely limited. In this context, we welcome the exchange of experience and best practice and transfer of appropriate technology among countries of the region. Of particular importance are questions of collection and analysis of sectoral statistical data. We feel the FAO in these areas has significant possibilities for strengthening multilateral cooperation so that states in the region may attain the sustainable goals by 2030. On the whole, we agree with the FAO experts' recommendations about the need for closer cooperation and coordination of action among national and or regional structures in the area of land and water management, which often are split up in the system of state governance. And we also share the assessment that countries should improve their national legislation in this field. And here we would stress the sovereign right of states independently to determine the legal norms for regulating the areas of water use and land management. We also think it's important to guarantee greater access of women to agriculture. However, the question of the rights of minorities, we feel, should be left for discussion in other fora. And now a few words about the points made by the delegation of Ukraine. We categorically reject the accusations against Russia regarding the deterioration of food security in the region and the world, and we call for this to be properly reflected, accurately reflected, in the report of the meeting. This phenomenon has arisen because of a poorly thought through financial, economic and political steps by a number of countries, and a significant impact has also been played by the COVID pandemic and the unfavorable conditions for food production. We've also seen unprecedented hounding of Russia, which has had catastrophic consequences for the world food sector. Coercive measures against our country have led to an imbalanced food production market, particularly giving rise to huge increases in prices. And lastly, as a result of the destruction of the Kakhovka NPP hydroelectric power plant dam, there has been a huge amount of pollution, and it's had a serious effect on the coastal ecology, and particularly in the Crimean Peninsula and in other areas. Then the responsibility for this wholeheartedly lies on the armed forces of Ukraine. And we have submitted some relevant data to the UN Security Council, and we view the destruction of the plant, of the dam rather, as a terrorist act against a civilian infrastructure, which requires an appropriate reaction from the global community. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Russian Federation. And while waiting Ms. Vibornova to take a seat here at the podium, I'm seeking any other interventions. If this is not the case, I would like to thank you all for your interventions. If there are no further requests for the floor, I would like to close the discussion on item number 4 of our agenda. Is the Commission in agreement with the recommendations as outlined in the document ECA/4323/4 Rev 1, including the amendment suggested by Switzerland? If there are no objections, the recommendations from the document ECA/43/23/4 Rev 1 will form part of the report from this session. Thank you all. We can now move to our next item, which is agenda item 5, land governance and land degradation neutrality in Europe and Central Asia. This item has two connected background documents, namely ECA/43/23/5 and ECA/43/23/6. I would like to ask Ms. Carolina Starr, Agriculture Officer, and Mr. Morten Hartvigsen, Land Tenure Officer in the FAO Regional Office for Europe and Central Asia, to introduce this item. Ms. Starr and Mr. Hartvigsen, you have the floor.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. It's a very good pleasure. I join some colleagues that it's very good to start seeing people face to face again, and not just through Zoom and Teams, which became our reality in the past years. Let's hope this is in the past. I will start introducing, so as mentioned by our chairperson, we have two background documents under this topic, and why. I will try to give a few lines. So land degradation and land degradation neutrality and land tenure goes hand in hand, because it's very difficult for farmers to assure the quality of the land if they don't have the ownership and the right to use their land. So that's why we cannot see these topics as different agenda. I think FAO, especially in our regional office, we are making a very strong effort to bring the attention on why we need to connect a bit more these topics. But not only land tenure and land degradation, but the whole topic of this ECA session is around land and water nexus. So shifting this idea from just one topic and looking then at individual land, water, biodiversity, social impacts. We want to bring and invite you all to start seeing these as connected topics. So we cannot achieve land degradation neutrality if you don't focus also on the biodiverse impact that's come together, but also the climate change aspects that can either be aggravated by land degradation, but also be supported through mitigations also if you do proper land management. And together with all this, we need also to keep in mind all the social and economic impacts of looking at these topics as individual topics. If you don't see them as a group, as together, we cannot achieve the SDGs. We cannot achieve all the international commitments you have at the global agenda. So my invite, you have the document, so I'm not going to present what is in the document, but I want to really invite you all to see the importance of moving forward towards more integrated policies and more integrated approach when you think about land degradation, and try to focus on holistic aspect. This is what the FAO is really working. We are really focused on trying to bring new innovations towards these topics and really see how we can provide new tools for the countries to monitor how this is happening. Monitoring is a very important aspect, because if you don't know what's happening, we cannot know what needs to be done. We are working a lot on innovation, and we really invite countries to check the recommendations we have. The recommendations are joined between land degradation and land tenure, and we are more than happy to have a fruitful discussion on the topics and this background document. And that's all from my side. I will hand over to Morten. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Carolina, and good morning, colleagues, also from my side. I'm introducing the second of the two background papers for this session, which focuses on governance of tenure, including the importance of secure tenure rights and the potential of land policy instruments. Land and water are fundamental natural resources for environmental sustainability, agriculture and rural development. Tenure systems regulate and define who can use which natural resources for how long time and under what conditions. The right to land and other natural resources is rooted in the international human rights instruments and recognized by the United Nations Declaration on the Right of Peasants and Other People Working in Rural Areas, the UNDROP. The voluntary guidelines on responsible governance of tenure, the VDT, were endorsed in 2012 by the Committee on World Food Security and provide comprehensive guidance on the governance of tenure of natural resources. The Europe and Central Asia region is diverse when it comes to tenure systems and farm structures. In the EU 27, tenure rights are formalized and generally considered secure, and medium to large commercial family farms are the dominant farm structure. While the EU 27 average farm size is around 17 hectares, in most of the countries in Eastern Europe and Central Asia, the farm structures are dominated by smallholders. In many of the countries, the farm sizes are between 1 and 3 hectares, and land fragmentation is excessive, with one small farm often divided into between 3 and 7 small land parcels. Land abandonment is widespread in many of the countries, with between 20 and 40 of the total arable agricultural land unutilized. These structural problems can be a major constraint for agricultural growth and increased income generation, and also for the sustainable use and management of agricultural land. Compared to other regions in the world, tenure rights to land in most of the countries in Europe and Central Asia are perceived to be secure by those who are holding the rights. However, there are some countries, particularly in Central Asia, where tenure rights to land are often perceived as less secure and not well protected. Secure tenure rights are often a precondition for investment in development of farms and a precondition for access to credit and financial services. Well-functioning agricultural land markets are of vital importance for agricultural and rural development. A common problem in many countries is that informal land transactions and unresolved inheritance are common, which undermines the efficient and functioning of agricultural land markets, and the land markets remain weak. We also see in many countries that women have less secure tenure rights than men, and that women and youth have problems with having access to land. There is a strong linkage between land tenure and land degradation, as we already heard Carolina explain. The background paper recommends to integrate the governance of tenure into natural resource management efforts. This includes LDN, but the need to have an integrated approach goes way beyond. In relation to LDN, FAO and UNCCD, the UN Convention to Combat Desertification and Drought Secretariat, in 2022 jointly published a technical guide on the integration of governance of tenure and LDN objectives. The guide intends to support policy and decision makers by making them aware of how secure tenure rights can contribute to LDN and provide possible solution to land tenure challenges. The new guide and its recommendations are already being applied in several of the countries in the region, including in Georgia, in the Republic of Moldova, and in Uzbekistan. And let me here highlight once again that the integration of governance of tenure is not only important related to LDN, but throughout the whole land and water nexus. Many countries in Western Europe have a long tradition of implementing land consolidation projects. The objective of land consolidation has traditionally been agricultural development by reducing land fragmentation and facilitating the structural development in agriculture towards larger and more competitive farms. In most Western European countries, land consolidation has in recent decades developed into a multi-purpose instrument. Multi-purpose land consolidation means that one land consolidation project has more diverse objectives to pursue. Agricultural development often remains the purpose in some parts of the project area, while in other parts of the area the aims are often related to nature restoration, improved environment, climate change adaptation and mitigation. Land consolidation instruments, particularly when applied in a multi-purpose approach, have a high potential throughout the region. FAO has so far supported 12 member countries in the region with the introduction of land consolidation and the development of national land consolidation programs, and has published normative work to guide the process. Countries in the East can learn from good practices in the West. Supporting LDN through land consolidation is one of the suggested pathways in the mentioned technical guide published jointly by FAO and the UNCCD. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Starr and Mr. Hartwigsen. I am now opening the discussion on this item. Would any member or observer representatives like to take the floor? I give the floor to Spain, please.
Thank you, sir. I'm honored to speak on behalf of the European Union and its 27 member states. In addition, we'd like to state that Albania, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Georgia, Iceland, Moldavia, Montenegro, North Macedonia and Ukraine align themselves with this statement. I'll start, sir, We welcome the FAO background documents, which make policy recommendations for effectively addressing the multidimensional issues related to land governance and reducing land degradation, and for integrating them in sustainable land management. The EU and its member states concur on the significance of land as an essential natural resource. In the context of pressing challenges such as climate change and biodiversity loss, we'd like to underscore the need to implement a new wave of comprehensive policies centered on regions with the aim of ensuring environmental sustainability and the development of rural areas. The Land Degradation Neutrality Framework, the LDN framework, provides a valuable approach when it comes to pursuing multidimensional solutions in the design and delivery of strategies, decision-making processes, and resource allocation, particularly with regard to land and water resources, also enhancing rural livelihoods. Among the priorities in fostering more integrated policy approaches, we should also include improvement of women's access to land and the role of gender as an indispensable element in order to achieve the LDN, land degradation neutrality. We emphasize the relevance of the policy products of the CFS, including the voluntary guidelines on tenure of land, which contribute with concrete recommendations to the achievement of the aforementioned objectives. We encourage FAO to strengthen evidence-based decision-making tools and further support the development of policies and programs, building on existing ones where possible, which could enhance integrated and territorial approaches to achieve land degradation neutrality and improved land governance, ensuring sustainable development and cooperation in the region. A well-functioning market for land is absolutely essential, and in that regard, we encourage FAO to increase its efforts to strengthen the monitoring, as well as the policy tools to ensure the security of tenure of land and water for farmers, particularly smallholders in our region. Indeed, a well-functioning market for land is a prerequisite when it comes to preserving the European model of farming. Finally, the European Union and its member states support the policy recommendations on a land-water nexus approach and strongly encourage countries to apply territorial approaches for the successful transition towards sustainable and productive food systems, taking into account their specific strengths and weaknesses, ensuring inclusivity and evidence-informed decision-making. Thank you very much, sir.
I thank Spain on behalf of the EU and its 27 member states, and I give the floor to the civil society organizations.
Mr. Chair, thanks for giving me the floor. I'm here to represent European Coordination Via Campesina, which is the only organization in the EU representing the voice of peasant farmers with 31 member organizations, unions of farmers and agricultural workers. Although key issues of resource access, degradation and pollution are recognized in the provided background documents, and although land tenure rights of food producers are acknowledged, we believe that clear link should be built between climate change and the model of industrial farming. If we continue supporting industrial agriculture, we must be aware that we will continue worsening climate change and its destructive impacts on food production. Any technological solution still relying on fossil fuels and the marginalization of farmers, pastoralists, fisher folks, and indigenous people will further lock us into the food crisis that we are facing. Despite the worrying rate of land degradation in Europe and Central Asia, land issues remain highly unregulated at both the national and the regional level, making land subject to market speculation and land grabbing, and putting food production in competition with other sectors such as energy and carbon farming. This is worsening the already dramatic difficulty faced by small-scale food producers and local and indigenous communities to keep or access land, contributing to the loss of family farmers worldwide. But we must ensure that the vocation of land is safeguarded. Food production for feeding people within ecological boundaries and in the respect of food sovereignty, producer rights and social justice for all. To achieve land degradation neutrality, the FAO must provide strong and clear recommendation and related support on land regulation and land tenure. These should be based on key documents which were already mentioned and that are the results of much struggle by peasant movement and civil society organizations, as well as much dialogue between them and institutions. Among them is the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Peasants and Other People Working in Rural Areas, and the voluntary guidelines on the responsible governance of tenure of land, fisheries and forests. As the European coordination Via Campesina, we have recently published a proposal for a land directive in Europe based on these two frameworks, and we are making efforts to dialogue with European institutions towards its recognition and implementation. Although we welcome the soil health law recently proposed by the European Commission, without ambitious policies on land tenure, we will not achieve land degradation neutrality. It is only by guaranteeing long-term access to and right to land that peasants and indigenous people will be able to invest in the long-term health of their soils. Combating land degradation through a fairer distribution of land is a prerequisite for restoring soil health and encourage healthy farming practices. And very important, land redistribution policies must prioritize youth access to land, which is currently the main obstacle for young people who want to live and work as farmers, thus at the roots of the current generational renewal crisis in farming. Finally, we believe that the importance of agroecology towards land degradation neutrality is not sufficiently reflected in the current recommendation, and that FAO should provide guidance and technical support on pathways to enable the transition to an agroecological production model which centers small-scale producers. Traditional land use based on customary sustainable practices of indigenous people and small-scale farmers, including pastoralists and small-scale fisherfolks, are in fact excellent solutions to respond to climate change because they are diverse, decentralized, adapted to the local context, and thus more resilient to external shocks. As such, they must be supported in existing land policies and orient the creation of more ambitious ones. The work by FAO on agroecology needs to be visibilized. FAO recognizes that agroecological practices sequester carbon and enhance the capacity of farms to hold water, regenerate degraded soil and clean polluted waters. Agroecology supports rural communities in economically efficient, easy to implement and climate-friendly ways, and puts people's rights in the center. Thank you very much.
Thank you, civil society organizations. And I now give the floor to Switzerland.
Thank you very much. Again, I will speak in French.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, I'd like to take the floor again to present the statement by Switzerland on the two documents mentioned. Reading document ECA 4323-5, Switzerland can only confirm the importance of inclusive governance of land and water. There's a clear need for political dialogue and joint management of water resources. The water catchment organizations, particularly cross-border organizations, are essential, particularly when it comes to defining and managing the use of water for food and agriculture. We'd like to underscore the use of land planning as a means of managing tension when it comes to the various resources and their use. And in this regard, Switzerland encourages FAO to implement the voluntary guidelines of the Committee on World Food Security on the responsible governance of tenure of land, fisheries and forests in the context of national food security. As well as the legal and regulatory aspects, we need to take into account other essential elements such as human rights. Switzerland would like to underscore the fact that respecting human rights and the rights of legitimate property are crucial, particularly when it comes to women. In addition, water is interconnected and can't be considered as a distinct entity. Customary rights and the spiritual and religious value of water differ often considerably to the rules established for water management, and in this regard it's essential that future work and debate on the matter be systemic, particularly when it comes to taking into account the water cycle as a whole. With regard to instruments on land consolidation, they shouldn't only focus on potential advantages, but should also mitigate potential negative trade-offs. For example, the loss of biodiversity. Switzerland welcomes FAO's recommendations on strengthening monitoring capacities for changes of use of soil use. Switzerland recognizes the importance of sustainable soil management, and in 2019, Switzerland set up a center of expertise on soil with Agroscope, the federal agency of agro research. Also, the Global Soil Partnership represents a huge opportunity when it comes to cooperating on soil health. The importance of sustainable management of land and governance is clear. Switzerland, therefore, welcomes in-depth study of land tenure and governance and supports the work of FAO in that regard. Switzerland would also like to encourage FAO seeking to strengthen gender equality and strengthen the access of women and young people to land. And for that, the voluntary guidelines on gender equality and women's and girls' empowerment of the CFS are relevant tools to develop here. Also, regarding youth, Switzerland would like to make a comment on the matter of generational renewal within the agricultural sector. The transformation of food systems is not going to be possible without the full and active participation of young people. Once again, Switzerland would like to underscore the fact that we have to work with them as essential agents for change. As well as the Rural Youth Action Plan of FAO, the new political CFS recommendations on promoting youth engagement and employment in agriculture and food systems need to be actively used by FAO. When it comes to the document ECA 4323-6, Switzerland supports the work of the FAO regarding LDN. In the framework of its strategy for Sustainable Development 2030, Switzerland commits to ensure that the goals or the attacks on the land are reduced and that the soil is preserved and also used sparingly and carefully in a sustainable manner. And Switzerland wants no net loss of soil as of 2050. Finally, agroecology. Switzerland believes that agroecology is one of the main means of moving towards sustainable food systems, and agroecological principles allow for new approaches when it comes to preserving soil and managing water, including, for example, soil moisture retention, the development of use of species and varieties that are adapted to saline conditions, drought, and other conditions. We encourage FAO to take into account these agroecological elements when it comes to drawing up and promoting solutions in the various activities that are anticipated. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Switzerland. I have no other requests, so if there are no further requests from the floor, I would like to close the discussion on item 5 of our agenda. Is the Commission in agreement with the okay. Before going to this part, I would like to give the floor to the Russian Federation in a bit. Thank you. Russian Federation, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. the total land area of the Russian Federation, including the Republic of Crimea, not taking into account land covered by inland seas and the territorial sea, amounts to 12.5% of global territory. In Russia, 55% of the Chernozem soils of the world are concentrated, and as well as a fifth of the forestry resources of the planet. This guarantees rapid and sustainable growth in agricultural output and food production in our country. It makes Russia a significant participant in global food and agricultural raw material markets. In our country, we are actively improving our land legislation as well as practical mechanisms to ensure effective use and protection of land resources. Equally, on water resources, active cooperation is underway in the Eurasian Economic Union. The Russian Federation is open to cooperation with all interested states in Europe and Central Asia, is ready to share its experience and developments, and in turn is also interested in receiving best practice from partners. We devote special attention to multilateral channels of cooperation, including the organizations of the UN system and the FAO in particular. For our part, our country conducts joint programs with the FAO, through which, in particular, already for 8 years, we've been funding activities on sustainable use of soil resources for the development of agriculture in the Eurasian region. Thank you.
Thank you, Russian Federation. If there are no further requests from the floor, I would... Thank you. Ukraine, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Regarding the statement of Russian Federation, Ukrainian side would like to know that Crimea is occupied territory by the Russian Federation and considers this statement by Russian Federation is unacceptable.
Thank you, Ukraine. I have a response from the Russian Federation.
Thank you very much, Chair. As regards this remark from the representative of Ukraine, the fact Ukraine belongs to the Russian Federation is without debate. It is part of the Russian Federation thanks to the democratic expression and free expression of the will of the people of the Crimean Peninsula in a referendum. Thank you.
Thank you, Russian Federation. I would like to close this discussion now. So, if there are no further requests for the floor, I would like to close the discussion on item number 5 of our agenda. Is the Commission in agreement with the recommendations as outlined in the documents ECA/43/23/5 and ECA/43/23/6? If there are no objections, the recommendations from the documents ECA/43/23/5 and ECA/43/23/6 will form part of the report from this session. I give the floor to Turkey.
I'd like to give intervention for item 6.
For item 6.
Are you talking about item 6?
Yes, we took both items, but if you want to make an intervention, I can take your intervention and then take the decision. Thank you. Wait, maybe I didn't understand well. Item 6, are you speaking about ECA/43/23/6 or item 6 of the agenda?
Item 6, importance of water governance for enhancing water security.
Okay. You'll have to wait until we take this item. It will be the next item, and I will have you first on my list.
Sorry, I got it wrong.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, sir.
So with this, the recommendations from the documents mentioned will form part of the report from this session. Thank you all for your participation. And we also thank Ms. Starr and Mr. Hartvigsen for their presentations. Now, ladies and gentlemen, at this point, we have arrived at the end of the morning session, and we should have a break until 2 p.m. However, if you see your watches, we still have 50 minutes. So I would suggest that the Commission takes item number 6, which is on today's agenda after lunch. So if you agree with my suggestion, we could take item number 6 and lighten the program after lunch. Are we in agreement? Yes. Thank you so much. So, our next item is agenda item 6, importance of water governance for enhancing water security in Europe and Central Asia. The background document number for the item is ECA/43/23/7. I would like to ask Ms. Sara Marjani-Zadeh, Land and Water Officer in the FAO Sub-Regional Office for Central Asia, to introduce this item. Ms. Marjani-Zadeh, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and once again, thank you, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to go very briefly also through this item in our agenda. I'm sorry that apparently the documents were not shared in time, but I hope maybe you get the chance to read them. So I'm not going to go into a lot of detail, but just to start and introducing the topic. When we talk about water governance, often it can be a little bit misleading if we are talking about only the management of water resources, or it goes beyond that. So just to mention that when we talk about water governance, at least within the context of the article and what we want to discuss today, it's actually beyond only the management of water resources. So you can see in the chart that there are different levels of governance. We have the meso level, macro level, and micro level in different levels. So the importance when we talk about a successful water governance, let's say, scheme is when there is the interconnection between different levels. So from the field level, when we talk about the farmers at the farm, into the meso level, when there is the coordination at regional or national level and subnational level, and then the macro level that often is about for instance, the transboundary water issues or the coordination and cooperation between the countries. So it's just to set the scene, it's important when we speak about the water governance to keep in mind different levels of the governance and not only talking about the quantity or the water management. So it goes beyond that, it's a broader concept. Basically, as written in the article, it goes, I mean, the issue of water governance is quite an ancient topic. Even during the Roman time and even Byzantines, etc., they dealt with the resources of and the governance of water resources. And the current state of multi-level water governance, basically, we have, I mean, as we already mentioned in the previous presentation as well, it's very important, the cooperation and the capacity building, the data, especially for the monitoring of proper monitoring and planning. We need to have very good databases and monitoring systems in place, which is often lacking, and this also needs a lot of coordination and cooperation between the countries. So basically, a modern water governance extends beyond national borders, necessitating cooperation at the regional and international level. Examples from the Europe and Central Asia, such as the EU's effort, highlighted the emphasis on the basin level management is very important, or stakeholder involvement and legal framework that support multi-level governance. So the case studies, I already mentioned in the previous one about the Danube River and the European Water Framework Directive, but we want to talk about also another case in Tajikistan, for instance, in the water code that they have developed, and I think they are now also revising the current water code that they have. But as you can see, this water code in Tajikistan embodies the essence of basing approaches and inclusive governance. So you can see that there are different countries here mentioned, and Tajikistan basically has the highest number because it includes river basin agencies, hydrologic boundaries, basin management approaches. So basically in their water code they included different levels of governance, and I believe now they are also in the stage of reforming it. So this is an example of a multi-level water governance, which can be an example for our approaches. And in general, if we want to basically come up with some conclusions and implications, there are institutional requirements for effective multi-level water governance. For instance, we need legal and policy frameworks that guide these reforms. We also need enforcement bodies, because often we do have the legislations in place, but the enforcement is lacking in different levels of governance, as I mentioned, whether it's at the field level or at the national level. And often they don't even match. So what we have at the national level is not necessarily what the council or the water user associations at the field are applying. So it's very important to have a set of policies and guidelines which is applicable for all levels and is beneficial and also easy to implement. So effective institutional mechanism fostering coordination and collaboration is important. Sustainable financial resource supporting governance initiatives, robust monitoring and data collection system, as I mentioned, because this is also something which is often lacking, and FAO can have a say in this respect. What type of easy to use monitoring systems financially and also easy to implement, let's say monitoring systems for data collection. We have from modeling to data collection to primary data collection. So the challenges, as I mentioned, even in the mainly in the Central Asian countries, are from decentralizing traditionally centralized system. From the centralized traditional system, we are now moving through the decentralized modern system. So this is a challenge that we are facing, or limited availability of historical and operational data, which is again about the monitoring. And then financial and technical constraints. We often talk about the investment and importance of proper investment in whether it's private sector, international donors or governments, because a proper financing mechanism is something which is often missing, and that's why even if we have the instruments in place but we don't have the finance to implement it, that's where we are facing challenges. So some recommendations that you can see for Europe, Caucasus, Central Asia and the Balkans are strengthening institutional collaborations, as I mentioned, and we can learn a lot from each other, from Europe, from Central Asia, Balkans and the other way around, and pursue integrated land and water management strategies, because it is also interlinked with the water governance. They are not really separate from each other. Secure sustainable financing and prioritize climate resilience and water efficiency, because these two factors are quite important and affecting negatively our water sector, both in the Central Asian Balkans and also in Europe. So these are very important factors, in particular water efficiency, improving water efficiency in Central Asia. And then implement transparent governance mechanism is also quite important. As I mentioned, transparent and feasible to apply, and let's say with the proper execution power in place. And FAO's involvement is important because FAO can foster collaboration and dialogue platforms in a neutral way. We can bring the expertise also from other regions, invest in capacity building programs, explore innovative financing models, and assist countries in understanding climate change impacts, because this is also a global challenge, and we can help in bringing the good experiences from other parts of the world. And then ensure, as I mentioned, enforcement and compliance with water-related guidelines. And the And basically the picture I put there is just to emphasize that the water, land and all these things ultimately affecting human health and planet health. So when we talk about proper water governance, proper land management, integrated land and water resource management, and food security, of course, the ultimate goal is basically securing planet and human health. So we are talking about a bigger picture, planetary health, which is somehow quite interlinked, as you can see, about the water use or the pollution in our water resources. So it's quite important when we are talking about these policy implications or the management practices or innovations or technical interventions at the field level, we have to take into consideration the ultimate picture, which is our planet health, which of course colleagues mentioned includes biodiversity, ecosystem services, and of course human environment health. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Marjani Zadesh, and also for the well-structured presentation. I am opening the discussion on this item. Would any member or observer representatives like to take the floor now? I have Turkey first, please.
Dear Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the Mediterranean basin where we live is one of the regions that is most affected by climate change. Our country is facing the risk of droughts and floods. Therefore, sustainable and efficient water management is essential to combat with the long-lasting consequences of these effects. In this regard, the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry takes decisive steps to increase water efficiency in all sectors, especially in agriculture. We have launched the National Water Efficiency Campaign with the approach of zero loss in water to ensure sustainability of our resources, to transfer them to future generations and to raise public awareness. The Water Efficiency Strategy Document and Action Plan 2023-2033 within the framework of adaptation to changing climate, in which we include all sectors and all citizens, has been entered into force. The document is composed of 9 national targets, 49 national strategies and 114 actions. Based on the principle of water-adapted agriculture, we aim to preserve water resources to ensure fair and balanced water allocation among water use sectors within sectoral water allocation plans. Esteemed participants, having said that, my delegation would like to refer to the transboundary water management. We believe that dialogue, exchange of experiences, as well as technical cooperation among riparian states are essential. However, it should not be forgotten that transboundary river basins have their own characteristics and peculiarities, and each case of transboundary waters reflects specific regional, economic, social, cultural, and historic aspects. Therefore, transboundary water issues should be addressed only among the riparian countries without interventions by the third parties. To conclude, it is our firm belief that this Commission will continue to serve as a practical platform for enhancing cooperation among the members to achieve the water-related targets in line with the global agenda. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Turkey. I have Spain, followed by the civil society organizations. Spain, you have the floor.
Gracias de nuevo, señor presidente.
Thank you again. It's an honor again for me to speak on behalf of the European Union and its 27 member states, plus the other states endorsing our statement, Albania, Montenegro, Moldova, Ukraine, Georgia, and Turkey. And I begin, Chair. We thank the ECHO Secretariat for the comprehensive background document, which sets out the key role of inclusive water governance in achieving food and water security in Europe and Central Asia, and analyzes the water sector reforms inspired and driven by the principles of good governance, integrated water resources management, and nexus-based approaches. We stress the importance of inclusive and good governance at all levels, which relies heavily on robust institutional prerequisites such as legal frameworks, financial schemes, and monitoring, data management, and control systems. We recognize the vital need for coordinated efforts involving governments, the economic sectors, and civil society to manage water resources sustainably, also at the transboundary level. We emphasize the essential role that technology, innovation, and capacity building can play in ensuring more sustainable water management by improving water use efficiency in agriculture and water demand management schemes. We welcome the FAO's reference to the European Water Framework Directive and the progress that has been made in the EU to align water management systems, and we are willing to share experiences and lessons learned during this process whenever required by members of this regional group. We acknowledge that further efforts are needed to address challenges such as climate change impacts, including water scarcity, droughts, and floods, and the need for efficient monitoring, data, and early warning systems, recognizing the nexus between water, energy, food, and ecosystems. We call on the FAO to address these challenges by supporting countries in the region with data collection and analysis. We stress the importance of sustaining the political momentum generated by the 2022 Dushanbe Water Action Decade Conference, the UN Water Conference of 2023, and the 18th World Water Congress. We welcome the choice of water resources management as the 2024-25 biennial theme of the FAO in order to implement concrete and urgent actions which will advance water security and water governance and accelerate progress towards achieving the SDGs, in particular SDG 6. We look forward to World Food Day on the 16th of October under the theme of water is life, water is food, leave no one behind. We call on the FAO in collaboration with other relevant UN agencies and within its own mandate to support governments in the region when requested and to take effective measures supporting them to implement river basin and water governance reforms as laid out in the recommended actions for the FAO, namely by enhancing collaboration, investing in capacity building, championing climate resilience, and promoting governance, transparency, community involvement, and gender and minorities inclusion. In all these matters, the role of the FAO in providing sound science and evidence-based and technical information to support countries is paramount. And lastly, we welcome and support the recommended actions for the countries of the region, and we call on all member countries to improve transboundary cooperation across water basins, including aquifers, and to make water a key driver for sustainable development, green transition, and peace. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Spain. On behalf of the European Union and its 27 member states, I will now give the floor to the civil society organizations, followed by Italy and Switzerland. Civil society organizations, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving us the floor for this agenda item. Each year, droughts are more intense and their impacts increase, affecting first and foremost food producers. And it is shocking to read that 60% of rivers, lakes, wetlands in Europe are in bad ecological status, and that we are still allowing the use of chemicals in food production and the overexploitation of water resources. Agriculture consumes a very large part of available water resources, which is justifiable because of the need to produce food. However, a significant part of the current agricultural water use should be questioned, and this is linked to industrial farming. The distribution of water use in Europe and Central Asia remains unfair, with large companies taking too much of the resource while small-scale farmers, fisherfolks, indigenous people and local communities are deprived of it. Small-scale fisheries are particularly affected by water scarcity and pollution, with detrimental effects on the fisherfolk communities which fully rely on them for their livelihoods. So far, there has been little encouragement towards water-efficient practices, while massive public subsidies allow a few large companies to build infrastructure to store huge amounts of water in times of scarcity. Although in Europe we have targets to limit the use of nitrates and pesticides in food production, these targets, together with their implementation and monitoring measures, are not sufficiently ambitious and are in contrast with continuous subsidies to industrial farming. Private corporate interests are thus prioritized over transboundary cooperation and people's rights to water. Yet, alternative solutions exist. Just to name a few, there are less water-intensive crops. Farmers are working to select seeds to make them more resilient to drought. Mulching soil prevents evapotranspiration. Hedges and agroforestry promote more protective microclimates. As Nyeleni Eka, we wish to see discussions focused on promoting an agricultural model that will safeguard water supplies and treat them as common good rather than private commodity at the disposal of the agribusiness. We must set up an assessment of best practice in water management in Europe as soon as possible, followed by a democratic definition of priorities for water use and allocation, and stop the emergential construction of mega water basins, which are destructive for the environment, small-scale food producer, and local and indigenous communities. Water systems should be managed locally and serve the local population. Producers, communities, and movements which struggle for safeguarding the universal right to water must stop being condemned and oppressed. The FAO must support the shift to crops and agricultural practices that require less water and those that are essential for a healthy diet, such as fruits and vegetables. Water policies must limit the modification to rivers as much as possible, and wetlands need to be restored and protected. Finally, the FAO must also guide governments in the integration of the voluntary guidelines on small-scale fisheries in their national legislations, to give back rights and dignity to fishing communities all over the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, representative from the civil society organizations. And I now give the floor to Italy.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, we would like to thank the Hungarian government for hosting us and the ECA Secretariat and the FAO regional officer for the organization of this important event. Distinguished delegates, dear colleagues, we align our position with the statement delivered by Spain on behalf of the European Union and its 27 member states. In recent years, agriculture, also in Europe and Central Asia, has been affected by threats such as water stresses and extreme weather events that have jeopardized the production and contributed to deteriorating global food security and increasing poverty, especially in the most vulnerable countries. Several floods, like the one that has hit an Italian region, Emilia-Romagna, a few months ago, just for an example, highlighted the need to intervene not only at the domestic level but also with international cooperation actions to support targeted investments, research and innovation. There is a need to act together at global level to develop short, medium and long-term plans aimed at modernizing infrastructure dedicated to water management and supporting more responsible resource management. We refer in particular to the need to foster the use of the advanced irrigation system to reduce water and losses. Water waste and losses. Encouraging the development of crops that are less weather demanding and able to adapt in a better way to climate conditions. At the same time, we believe that exchange of knowledge and best practice can play an essential role in developing global expertise and on sustainable water use. Italy is highly committed to research innovative solutions for more efficient and rational water management. Recently, we have reached a very important milestone in the field. Professor Andrea Rinaldo was awarded by the prestigious Stockholm Water Prize, considered the Nobel Prize for Water Resource Studies. In addition, several local initiatives, also co-financed by the European Union, have been developed in Italy to facilitate the transfer of innovation to farms. In this sense, the development of public-private partnership could be an effective strategy for the implementation of actions aimed at addressing part of the current challenges. In conclusion, we take this opportunity to invite FAO to pursue its commitment and pragmatic initiatives for a more sustainable and integrated management of soil and water by mobilizing the necessary resources through the involvement of international finances institutions, partners, and member countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Italy. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Again, I will speak in French. Mesdames, Messieurs.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national determination of provisions regarding water ownership and intra-regional cooperation are indeed important. Switzerland would like to underscore the fact that coherent water governance needs to take into account the entire water cycle, which is a shared resource for agriculture, energy, food, and the environment, as I said previously. Nevertheless, let's not forget that 153 countries share rivers, lakes, and aquifers. One of the challenges when it comes to water is managing it, common management, including cross-border management. It's a common good. It's not private. Switzerland welcomes and supports the FAO recommendations seeking to promote an integrated approach with coherent strategies for water and land management. And there, Switzerland has identified as a priority integrated planning and water management. Switzerland welcomes and supports the FAO recommendations for effective use of water and sustainable agriculture to face up to the impacts of climate change. Sustainable agriculture implies efficient water use, but also using natural resources with natural methods of production, such as organic farming. Indeed, water pollution is a reality. Switzerland underscores that 80% of sewage in the world is not treated, whether it's human waste, agricultural waste, or highly toxic industrial waste. Agriculture is clearly affected by the use of polluted water, with harmful effects on crops, such as microbiological and chemical buildup. The question of water pollution because of industrial waste as well as mining activities is a central problem that needs further that should be dealt with further. Finally, Switzerland would like to encourage the FAO in its active participation within UN Water and implementing commitments taken, as well as supporting the scientific work when it comes to sustainable management. We'd like to underscore the importance of the work of the Convention on the Protection and Use of Transboundary Watercourses and International Lakes on Sustainable Management of Water and Land and Climate Change. Thank you.
Thank you, Switzerland. I would like to give the floor now to the Russian Federation. Russian Federation, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Russia holds first place for freshwater reserves in the region of Europe and Central Asia, and second in the world. Since 2018, in our country, we've been implementing a national project called Ecology, which inter alia provides for restoration and conservation of water installations and guaranteeing sustainable functioning of economic water systems. In 2025, we will be launching a single federal project for the water facilities in the country, which provides for modernization of existing and construction of new purification installations, reduction of influx of agrochemicals and nutrients, and dismantling of facilities in which damage to water resources has accumulated. We pay great attention to cooperation with partners in the Eurasian Economic Union in the area of management of transboundary water resource management. We pursue a two-pronged goal here, ensuring conditions for comprehensive environmental protection and stimulating economic development on a mutually beneficial basis. Now we've managed to take important steps to improve the mechanism for settling disputes arising in connection with the use of transboundary resources among member states of the Eurasian Economic Union. To create sustainable models of land and water resource management, one cannot underestimate the significance of multilateral projects for development in countries that need it. We feel that this instrument of assistance is making a substantial contribution to attaining SDG 2, SDG 6, and the 2030 Agenda as a whole. We call for active involvement of donor countries in funding relevant projects of UN system organizations. The projects through the Russia UNDP Trust Fund on water issues in Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan and Uzbekistan have proven their worth. We also have solid experience in implementing projects of the UNECE and ESCAP on water resource management and combating drought in the countries of Europe and Central Asia. We agree with the recommendation of the Secretariat regarding the need to continue work to strengthen the regional capacity needed to conduct dialogue and exchange experience and knowledge in the field of water policy development and implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Russian Federation. If there are no further interventions, and this is the case, I would like to close the discussion on item number 6 of our agenda. Is the Commission in agreement with the recommendations as outlined in the document ECA/43/23/7? If there are no objections, the recommendations from the document ECA/43/23/7 will form part of the report from this session. Thank you all, and I thank also Ms. Marjani Zadesh. I see Georgia, please.
So I would like to make some comments related to the ECA/7. There are two tables here in the text, and the information is missing related to Georgia. For example, in the table 1, in case of Georgia, the column for the years 2005 and 2023 is free, and there is nothing mentioned about policy documents developed in relation to water, such as Second National Environmental Action Program of Georgia, Irrigation Strategy, Third National Environmental Action Program of Georgia, Fourth National Environmental Action Program of Georgia, where the significance of the water law, basin management concept, as well as action plan is outlined in our country step by step. And on the basis of irrigation strategy, a raised concept of decentralization on farm irrigation systems in Georgia was prepared and adopted the law of Georgia on water user organizations. Therefore, since 2012, Georgia has been actively involved in the preparation and approval of various types of political documents related to water, and it's inevitable to fill the column for the years 2005 and 2023 with above-mentioned information. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Georgia, for your comments. Would like to ask Ms. Marjani Zadeh if she would like to respond.
Thank you very much, and apologies for any oversight. These are mainly from the published article, so you know, of course, there was a limit in the words and there were general recommendations, so we wanted to highlight the most let's say, prominent issues already published out, but if there is no objection, I can also make some revisions, if Mr. Chair allows.
But there are not information, but we still did it, and we have these strategic and political documents in country. So that's why I made some remarks in order to take into account.
Of course. Just to make sure, sorry, just to emphasize that for sure these documents, because of the limits in the words in particular, and we had to just set the scene in particular of the priorities, for sure is missing a lot of different also information as well, because it was just not possible to mention everything. But I am very happy to make a small revision by end of the day, if that's okay.
Let me come back to you in a minute. Thank you for your patience. The key point for the time being are the recommendations. So one point is if we agree to the recommendations from the document, and the other point is the comments made by Georgia, which will be noted as I am informed by the Secretariat, and a future document would be updated with the data, the updated data, the valid data from Georgia. So again, now we are speaking about the recommendations. If we are in agreement, and if Georgia agrees to take note of their comments.
Thoroughly
Please, Georgia, you have the floor.
Yes, we thoroughly agree. All of this information were existed in the papers. In order to take into account and don't miss information. In this case, I tried to give you information about this. Okay, thank you.
Well noted. And also the intervention of Georgia is of course going to be reflected in the report. If there is no other comment from Ms. Marjani Zadeh. No, the information, the intervention is going to be noted in the report. So no need for, no, it won't be revised during the session because it's already out. So with this, I thank you all for your constructive participation. and I would like to close this item. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at the end of the morning session. We will now break until 2 p.m. However, before we start the break, I have some important updates. First, I would like to remind participants about the side event on support to local rural development in Europe and Central Asia that will start in this room after lunch, that is 1 p.m. Simultaneous interpretation will be provided into English and Russian. The lunch will be served in the hotel restaurant on the ground floor from now. All participants are requested to be back in this plenary room at 2 p.m. for the afternoon session. I would also like to remind you that the government of Hungary will be hosting a dinner at the Dunapark Cafe and Restaurant today at 7 p.m. The restaurant can be reached with a 10 minutes walk. Full details are available at the registration desk. I wish you all a pleasant lunch and a constructive side event session. Session adjourned. Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope that you are re-energized and ready for action. Before moving to the next items on the agenda, I would like to inform you that we got information that Spain, and namely Mr. Gonzalo Eriz, has been nominated to be the second rapporteur. Are there any objections to this nomination? Are there any more nominations? Russian Federation, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. The Russian Federation once again would like to stress that we're disappointed with the politicization which has entered into this session, and we would like it recorded in the report that we dissociate ourselves from Spain's candidacy as rapporteur of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Russian Federation. The dissociation is noted and it will be reflected in the report. I consider Mr. Gonzalo Eriz appointed as the second rapporteur for the session. And I will call one of the two rapporteurs to join us here on the podium. We will now continue with agenda items 7, 8, and 9. And if we are efficient, we might take item 10 as well. We hope to finish today's session at 5 p.m. However, please note that although constructive discussion is very important, the working hours of the interpreters finish at 5 p.m. So discussions after 5 p.m. will not be interpreted. Now, item 7. As I told you, our next item is agenda item 7, FAO's response to the multiple crises in Europe and Central Asia. The background document number for the item is ECA/43/23/8 Rev 1. At this point, I would like to ask Ms. Tamara Nadishashvili, Senior Policy Officer in the FAO Regional Office for Europe and Central Asia, to introduce this item. Ms. Nadishashvili, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for introduction and for inviting me to present this. And I'm delighted to be here as a presenter. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So I will proceed with the presentation. If I could have the... do I work with this? Mm-hmm. Okay. It's just 5 to 7 minutes presentation. Let me go through quickly. So this is the first slide about food security and nutrition situation in our region, Europe and Central Asia. As already mentioned in one of the previous presentations, we don't have very high, we have actually low prevalence of undernourishment, which is an indicator for hunger, as well as for severe and moderate food insecurity. We also do not have, and this is mostly contributed to a large extent by European continent. In terms of undernutrition, there is a quite significant reduction in stunting and wasting in the region, and its levels are low. Also, there are, of course, variations within the subgroups, within the sub-region, and especially in Central Asia, we have higher prevalence. However, in the whole region, we have increasing rates of obesity and overweight among children under 5, and the rates are above the global averages. The macronutrient deficiencies, such as anemia among women of between 15 to 49, is below the global average, but the rates are not changing. They are static for the past 2 decades. So when we are talking about multiple crises, this is a result of the several shocks that the region and globally they were felt. This includes COVID-19 pandemic, and this was started in 19, but accelerated in 2020. And then this was followed by the war in Ukraine in the background of the climate change, which affects the whole Earth, including our region. So what happened in our region? I will quickly mention just a few indicators, and without too much going into details. It's inflation rate, and prices have increased sharply in the region, particularly in the first beginning in 2021, but also especially in 2022. And the prices are still higher than global average historical trends, although they went down significantly in in the second half of 2022 and also in 2023. We have many import-dependent countries in the region, especially in Caucasus and in Central Asia, which are dependent on Russia and Ukraine to less extent in terms of imports of wheat flour. And we see how it has changed. It's basically, if you look at the graph, you see that 90% of wheat is imported from Russia to Georgia, but also we have high imports in other regions, in other countries. But we see that there was some decline in Albania especially, and in other, I don't recall which country, but there was some quite substantial increase in Kyrgyzstan, as you see on the graph, in 2022, despite the ongoing war. Quickly about the impact on fertilizers and energy. The energy prices increased globally, and this contributed also increase in the fertilizer prices. As you see on the graph, which shows that how sharp the prices of fertilizers increased, and of course fertilizers are very important for agriculture production and cultivation, and this of course had impact on agricultural productivity and also ability of farmers to apply inputs as needed. In terms of cereal exports, I included this graph because it's important to know if exports were affected, and FAO monitors the situation with agricultural production globally and including this region, of course, and we see that there is high production in Russia, but less production in Ukraine, although they are one of the major producers globally, along with EU. We have Kazakhstan is also one of the big producers, and Turkey. We see that some in Russia it increased, in European Union it decreased, in Ukraine it decreased, but for 2023 FAO projects actually the very good production of cereals, and even higher than in 2022. So what were the FAO's responses, which is a major topic of this presentation? FAO has 4 regional program priorities, which represent umbrella for our regional program here. And this includes the focuses on smallholders, the first priority. Second priority is food systems transformation. Then third priority is promotion of sustainable natural resource management. And then, of course, addressing food insecurity and reducing all forms of malnutrition. We carry out monitoring, assessment, reporting in the region, and for example, in response to the Ukraine crisis, we established a working group to monitor the situation in the region, and produced several reports, like about over 20 reports. We have done assessments in many countries affected by disasters. This includes Turkey, Ukraine, of course, and even Moldova that was affected by the drought. And we do regular reporting on the situation. We've done carried out emergency and humanitarian response, including in Ukraine, which then was followed by other activities to build the agriculture and to support farmers. And of course we do policy responses which are reflected also in, just as an example, we have a regional project which works exactly on these issues of the current crisis, multiple crises. So what are the FAO's recommendations in this situation? We produce a number of recommendations which are included in the papers that was presented for this audience, and I will just quickly mention them without going into details because you have it in your folders. It's first of all to refrain from isolating domestic food markets from world food markets, which is very important, is not to focus just too much on self-sufficiency, because this does not support neither the country so much, nor it's not good for the global landscape. Provide humanitarian and social protection response to vulnerable groups of the population, which is highly important, especially for those from Ukraine and Turkey. We know that there was a large population, a large movement of people due to this crisis in these two countries. Then promote affordability of healthy diets, because as we know, cereal prices are one of the important products consumed in this region. So promotion of affordability of healthy diets and with sustainable consideration and is one of the priorities. And we know that in the region it's the cost of food of healthy diet increased. Refrain from imposing ad hoc export restrictions, because this also undermines the capacity and also affects the prices and disrupts trade relationships in the region. And this the same applies to everywhere globally. And diversify sources of imported foods, which especially in this region is limited when we talk about cereals. Invest in trade infrastructure and logistics, which is important in order to harmonize exports and increase, like we recommend specifically to use more of digital technologies to increase investment in digital technologies in order to reduce administrative burdens and minimize physical inspections and different aspects related to trade and logistics, which was very much affected by the current crisis. And increase responsible investment in agriculture, which is to enhance resilience and productivity of the agriculture and food sectors. And it is to improve, this can raise production and productivity, improve the food security of rural people. Invest in promote digital technologies in the agriculture sector, which is this is particularly important to mitigate the adverse effects of war on the agriculture sector and food security, and provide real-time and location-specific data to farmers, and also to help them with marketing their products and access information on the prices of essential agricultural inputs. Establish and strengthen veterinary services and livestock disease surveillance systems, and because there is a lack of capacity to respond to animal health threats in the region. Strengthen food security and nutrition information, assessment and analysis. This is especially important when you are monitoring the situation and will try to propose policy actions and to respond to the crisis quickly. So information is vital in this scenario, but also the important for different scenarios to have up-to-date information. Develop new or improve existing national food security strategies. In some countries of the region there is no food security strategy, which also affects the response capacity of the countries in the cases of disaster. And of course promote regional cooperation in science and innovation. This calls for the promotion of regional cooperation to enhance the resilience of agri-food systems in the region, and collaboration of research institutions across the region. Universities and the private sector should be to share the knowledge and to develop innovative solutions to respond to common challenges. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Naitashvili. Sorry for the mispronunciation. I'm opening now the discussion on this item. Would any member or observer representatives like to take the floor? I recognize Spain, followed by Turkey and Switzerland. Spain, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you again, sir. I'm honored to speak on behalf of the European Union and its 27 member states. Furthermore, I'd like to note that Albania, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Georgia, Iceland, Montenegro, North Macedonia, and Ukraine fully align themselves with this statement. We would like to thank FAO for the comprehensive and insightful overview presented for this item. We particularly appreciate that it describes both overarching as well as more specific challenges, as well as their solutions. The trends are worrying, and we're highly concerned that more people in our region are suffering from food insecurity and malnutrition today than only a few years ago. Obesity is on the rise, and anemia among women between the ages of 15 and 49 years remains unchanged, despite efforts made. The prevalence of climate change-induced weather events, such as droughts and floods, are at an all-time high. With the outbreaks of African swine fever in the EU and the Western Balkan countries, we are again reminded of the risks of transboundary animal diseases. Although African swine fever as a non-zoonotic disease does not pose a threat to humans, the economic impact and loss of food can be significant. The EU and its member states would therefore like to highlight their strong support for the latest initiative in the field, the Global Coordination Committee for ASF, which was developed jointly by FAO and the WOAH in 2020. At the same time, zoonotic diseases that are endemic to many countries, such as rabies, anthrax, and brucellosis, contribute to persistent disease and economic burden through impacts on health as well as livelihoods. It's clear that the region is dealing with a variety of issues. Some, such as the devastating earthquake in Turkey, are natural disasters. They can be mitigated through research and innovation, preparedness and solidarity at times of need, but it's not in our power to prevent them. Others, on the other hand, such as the Russian aggression against Ukraine, are fully man-made. As such, we'd like to note that we fully support Ukraine and its people. The report for item 7 clearly shows how this war has caused or exacerbated most of the negative trends in the region. Its destructive effects in the region as well as globally continue to present the main obstacle to progress. Market disruptions, soaring food, energy and fertilizer prices, inflation, increased inequality, particularly affecting women, and additional pressures due to the high number of refugees fleeing Russia's war are only a few examples. Not prolonging the Black Sea Grain Initiative will once again lead to increased food insecurity and malnutrition in the most vulnerable parts of the world. Some of the consequences of the war will have long-term consequences, such as the destruction of the Kachovka Dam, which has caused irreparable environmental damage. We're deeply concerned by the recent Russian attacks on grain transport and storage infrastructures in Ukraine. the loss of lives unfortunately continues. We commend FAO for its efforts in Ukraine and surrounding countries and appreciate that attention is also being paid to Ukraine's reconstruction and recovery. Unlike natural disasters, which are unpredictable and difficult to address, the war in Ukraine could be ended immediately. We therefore continue to urge the Russian Federation to immediately end its hostilities in Ukraine. We recall the decisions on the Russian aggression against Ukraine adopted by the FAO Council at its 169th, 171st, 172nd and 173rd sessions, by the 43rd FAO Conference and by the 33rd FAO Regional Conference of Europe, and stress the need to continue their full implementation. We would like to express our support for FAO's work in the region, which is both normative and practical. We particularly underline the importance of FAO's efforts to increase gender equality in the region, but also its outreach work, such as its collaborations with the World Bank and the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, which we believe could be fruitful. We look forward to hearing more about the urban environment food system assessment mentioned in the document. It would also be interesting to hear more about the uptake of the advice given in the FAO policy briefs for the region. A question which might also be worth looking into further is the situation of credits for investments in the agricultural sector. These questions could be reviewed at the next European Commission on Agriculture session. Finally, we also support the policy recommendations, which we find highly relevant, particularly regarding trade. I'd like to conclude there, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Spain. On behalf of the EU and its 27 member states, I now invite Turkey, please.
Dear Chair,
Уважаемый господин председатель, уважаемые делегаты, дамы и господа. Продовольственные системы страдают от многочисленных кризисов, природных стихийных бедствий, конфликтов, пандемии COVID-19 и климатических потрясений, в том числе наводнений в Ливии и землетрясений в Марокко. После разрушительных землетрясений, с которыми столкнулась Турция, а именно 11 ее провинций в феврале, мы отреагировали немедленно. Регион этот необходим для обеспечения производства продукции сельского хозяйства и обеспечения источников их существования. Мы взаимодействовали со всеми подразделениями для принятия чрезвычайных мер. Благодаря этим усилиям сельхозпроизводство
the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry has coordinated quickly with our international stakeholders for joint activities to recover the post-earthquake damage and held rapid meetings with UN organizations and consulted on the efforts and potential collaborations for damage assessment and post-earthquake recovery. We appreciate for all the support during this period. The Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, in partnership with the government of Turkey, developed a 3-year earthquake response and recovery plan and also started a TCP project in the earthquake-affected region. In this context, we appreciate FAO's works and efforts in the earthquake region. Through FAO-Turkey collaboration, we aim to restore the supply and value chains of agri-food systems, revitalize the agricultural labor and empower rural communities for sustainable development. As it is indicated in the background document, FAO, IFAD and World Food Programme, in partnership with the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry, have conducted supply chain analysis for the Turkish wheat sector, building a resilient food system project under the UN Joint SDG Farms Development Emergency Modality in order to strengthen the resilience of the Turkish wheat sector in the face of internal market volatilities and external challenges such as COVID-19 and the war in Ukraine. Project identified the actors and their functions and interactions in the sector, mapping out the capacities and as well as the challenges and limitations of the existing supply chain. Esteemed participants, as Turkey, we have conducted an important diplomatic initiative to sign and implement the Black Sea Initiative in cooperation with the UN. This initiative is a concrete step forward to ensure the global food security. As a result of this effort, millions of tons of grain and food products were delivered to world markets from Ukrainian ports. Our efforts for reviving the initiative are continuing. Dear guests, in conclusion, being able to resist this crisis and creating resilient food systems is our priority. We believe that we can achieve this goal through close cooperation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Turkey. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Sorry. Again, I will speak in French. Thank you. La Suisse.
Switzerland would like to thank FAO for the document and encourages it to continue dealing with these crises via immediate measures as well as medium and long-term interventions, without forgetting about short-term responses, taking into account the link between development and humanitarian aid. We'd like to note that measures should include young people, women, and the most vulnerable people. The added value of FAO when it comes to responding to crises is to construct and strengthen long-term resilience by developing the adaptation capacity of populations. Collaboration as well with other organizations that are active in the response to crises is essential, in particular when it comes to activities such as social protection programs managed by other organizations, including those of the United Nations. Switzerland commits to more transparency and stricter rules when it comes to export restrictions and encourages FAO to act in this regard. Finally, the short and medium-term response should not mask the work of FAO when it comes to the climate crisis, the loss of biodiversity and soil degradation. Promotion and development of agroecology in the region is important to strengthen the resilience of food systems in the long term. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Switzerland. Next on my list, I have the civil society organizations, and followed by Russian Federation. Representative from the civil society organizations, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I speak on behalf of NLNI, Europe and Central Asia. First of all, we thanks for the background document, and we definitely welcome the work of FAO in Ukraine, and we ask for more involvement of civil society and especially smallholder organization in this work. Coming to the recommendation, indeed we have a short and long-term recommendation to address, and short-term measures are needed to immediately address the crisis, but they must be coherent with the much needed long-term measures to transform our food system. Short-term measures include the provision of humanitarian aid while strengthening sustainable local food system, and we underline that, supporting existing community and solidarity initiative, while regulating the corporate distribution of ultra-processed food, ensuring access to small-scale food producers to inputs for production, privileging domestically available inputs over imported ones, halting food speculation, restructuring and cancelling private and public debts, introducing a moratorium on the use and processing of agricultural commodities for non-food purpose, and taxing excess profit and extreme wealth. As long-term measure, we definitely want to break this food import dependence and support domestic food provisioning. Policies need to ensure and promote the strengthening of peasant economies and family farming, with a particular focus on youth and women, instead of deepening the dependence on the global market. Public procurement must be used to ensure access to market at a remunerative price for small-scale food producers. The local government level is key to promoting articulation between rural and urban areas. We need to transform food system through agroecology, as was well spelled by Switzerland before us. Comprehensive and popular agrarian reform must be prioritized. People's rights to access and control over land and productive resources must be ensured, and traditional and ancestral models of production guaranteed. We have an incredible agriculture knowledge in our area. We need to give them a lot more space, such as the protection of peasant seeds and knowledge, particularly women's knowledge. And we underline that we talk about women, but we don't value their knowledge, never. And secure fishing sites for fisher folks. Participation of youth in this process should be promoted. Policies must progressively ban highly hazardous pesticides and synthetic fertilizer. Implement food sovereignty, limit corporate power, transform trade rule. Because international trade needs new trade rules. We cannot accept what are the trade rules now. Trade and investments must be reformed to serve people and societies, not corporations, halting free trade agreements and dismantling existing World Trade Organization's agreements that are not ensuring food security at all. Food sovereignty policies must be promoted to reverse the control of corporations in food system, reminding that the price of the cereals in this moment is due to incredible speculation on the market. Food sovereignty policy must be promoted to reverse the control of corporation food system. Likewise, measures based on a social and solidarity economy must be adopted. And we have a resolution of the United Nations to support us. Governments must regulate price and the market power of firms, thereby limiting opportunity for corporations to dominate global food markets. And the incredible inflation that we are experimenting is for this absence of total control of the market. We need to remember that. And we need to do more and more on that. Finally, ensure human rights and democratic multilateralism. This is essential for us. Peace, justice, and equity and equality as the basis for all social life are central to the vision for a transformed system, which must protect and promote human and community rights. Special attention needs to be paid to the rights of marginalized people, such as peasants, indigenous people, fisher folks, women, non-cis and heteronormative person, youth, urban food insecure pastoralists, landless, agriculture and food workers, and so on. We need to implement UNDROP. We need to implement UNDRIP. Those are UN declarations that are far to be implemented, and we ask that. For that, we really ask that the final recommendation will be integrated also with the very valuable comments that we had in the side event at lunchtime, where it is clear the local food system plays an essential role in halting the crisis. And it's a real response to the multiple crises, and we need to give space to those recommendations that we just heard 1 hour ago. Thank you.
Thank you, civil society organizations. Russian Federation, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. In recent years, notwithstanding all our efforts, the environmental situation in Europe and Central Asia has remained less than ideal because of climate change and the COVID pandemic, as well as many other crises. It is categorically unacceptable to make accusations against Russia for provoking hunger and worsening the food security situation in the region and in the world. In the course of the current season, the World Grain Council has raised its prediction for Russian production up to 58.6 million tons for all grains. And for the following year, it's 120 1 million tons, and for wheat, 87 million. That's not counting Crimea. The president of Russia, Vladimir Putin, at the second Russia-Africa summit, declared openly that our country will provide the necessary food volumes to needy countries. The accusations against us by the European Union are intended to overshadow their own attempts and responsibility for the food disruption, especially unilateral sanctions against Russia as an independent participant in world trade. The explanations of the European Commission about the absence of consequences on Russia as a global, in terms of global food security, are just a nonsense. EU sanctions affect not only the whole world, including the countries in need, but also their own agricultural and productional sectors, and reduce the quality and quantity of fertilizers and other materials. Russia has fulfilled its obligations in good faith under the Black Sea Grain Initiative. However, instead of providing assistance to the countries in need in Africa, Asia, and Latin America, the initiative has been turned into a major fillip just to Ukrainian contributions to those countries. At the same time, we've seen a disruption of Russian grain and fertilizer supplies with an expanding war against Russia, and the various ways of overcoming these problems have not been implemented. As regards the decisions of the previous sessions of the FAO Council and the 33rd session of the Regional Conference for Europe, those decisions were taken without unanimity and with a vote. We hope that the Secretariat will reflect the debate in a balanced way and will distinguish the responsibility of countries for the food crisis in Europe and the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Russian Federation. Is there anyone, any delegation wanting to take the floor in addition to the previous speakers? I recognize Ukraine. Ukraine, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to make a small intervention regarding this point of agenda. Firstly, once again, we are thankful FAO for conducting a rapid assessment of damage and losses in the agriculture sector after the destruction of Kakhovka Dam in close coordination with national authorities, which helps us to define the recovery strategy. Regarding the destruction of Kakhovka Dam, it should be mentioned that Ukraine has not faced such huge problems and damages before the large-scale invasion of Russian Federation to Ukraine. Also, back to FAO response. FAO presented response program for 2023 and survey regarding impact of the war on agriculture enterprises, assessing the impact of the war on agri-food value chains and crop and livestock producers, as well as estimating rehabilitation and recovery needs. Ukraine welcomes the continued concrete efforts of FAO to optimize technical and humanitarian assistance of our farmers. And finally, Ukraine asks do not take into account data about the Crimea as a data of the Russian Federation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ukraine. If there are no further requests for the floor, I would like to close the discussion on item number 7 of our agenda. Is the Commission in agreement with the recommendations as outlined in the document ECHA/43/23/8 Rev 1? At this point, I would like to remind you about the suggestion of the civil society organizations to integrate the comments made during the second side event, namely the side event on support to local rural development in Europe and Central Asia. So we will need the support of a member to integrate these comments in the report. So if you wish to integrate the comments made during the second side event, a member would ideally support the request of the CSO. With that, I give the floor to Spain. Spain, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry to interrupt with some delay. I just wanted to make a brief comment on what the Russian delegate said. We'd like it to be clear once again that none of the sanctions imposed by the European Union, not one of the sanctions, is focused on food production and all that that entails. Contrary to what Russia said about the EU sanctions, stating that we've blocked exports of fertilizer from the Russian Federation, UN data clearly show that such exports of Russian fertilizer to developing countries in 2022 were maintained, and they were practically stable. So we just wanted to make those 2 points. Thank you very much, and I'm sorry I took my time to intervene.
Y además, perdón, y con esto concluyo.
Sorry, once again. There was a vote in the councils mentioned and the Regions Conference for Europe. There was no consensus, but there was a vote, and there was a clear result. Thank you.
Thank you, Spain, on behalf of the European Union and its 27 member states. Returning back to the recommendations and the agreement on the recommendations, I mentioned the suggestion of the civil society organizations, and I'm waiting to see if any member would support the request. It seems that this is not the case, so we won't be able to include these comments in the report, in the recommendations from this session. If there are no objections, the recommendations from the document ECA/43/23/8 Rev 1 will form part of the report from this session. Thank you very much for your cooperation and active participation. Now, the next item is agenda item 8, advancing gender equality in the region. Update on the progress made. The background document number for the item is ECA/43/23/9. I would like to ask Ms. Dono Abdurazakova, Senior Gender and Social Protection Advisor in the FAO Regional Office for Europe and Central Asia, to introduce this item. Ms. Abdurazakova, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. Distinguished delegates, good afternoon. It's a privilege to be part of this meeting today and update you on how we are progressing in gender work in the region. The background document summarizing key activities supported by FAO in the region of Europe and Central Asia, also outlining priorities and challenges of our work, is available online for your consideration and comments. And now I will try to be brief without going into too many details.
I will be still keen to have your feedback. In May 2023, FAO Regional Office for Europe and Central Asia adopted its new Regional Gender Equality Action Plan for 2023-26, which assigns concrete actions for implementation, aligning itself with FAO strategic framework that emphasizes gender, youth, and inclusion as cross-cutting themes and identifies gender equality and rural women's empowerment as a standalone program priority area. FAO gender work at regional, sub-regional, and country levels apply a twin-track approach. It's targeted interventions that address needs and priorities of rural women based on analysis that we conduct, but it is also mainstreaming gender concerns into everything else that we are doing. And this work builds on analysis of the trends and priorities identified through country gender assessments of agriculture and rural development that we conduct in the region, in the countries in recent years. This analysis helps us to look beyond merely improving rural women's access to sustainable livelihoods, but also highlight and challenge the very norms that perpetuate inequalities. In our work, we also build on progress, achievements, and lessons learned from the regional gender equality strategy that we've been implementing, taking into account persistent and new challenges emerging in the region in recent years. And we are also guided by the recommendations of the 33rd session of the FAO Regional Conference for Europe to improve the social sustainability and inclusivity of agri-food systems by empowering women as agents of change. While the overarching objective of FAO corporate gender equality policy is achieving equality between women and men in sustainable agriculture and rural development for the elimination of hunger and poverty, we translate these high goals into the context of our work in the region, focusing on policies for agri-food systems to support the inclusion of women and men through knowledge building, awareness raising, and experience sharing, focusing on capacities to formulate, implement, and monitor gender responsive and transformative agri-food policies and programs, and on improved access for rural women to markets, knowledge, and innovation, to empower them to enjoy sufficient control over natural and productive resources. In building knowledge and evidence on gender in agriculture, we undertake country gender analysis, as I said, as a minimum standard of our program work. Last year, we produced these assessments for Azerbaijan and Moldova, and in progress is our work in Belarus, Kazakhstan, also in Albania and Tajikistan. Additionally, we support region-specific knowledge in thematic products, which includes recently published regional overview of how FAO can assist in improving social protection for rural communities in Europe and Central Asia, together with a shortened policy brief. Overview of regional trends and challenges in gender agriculture and rural development in Europe and Central Asia based on analysis of the 12 country gender assessments that I mentioned before. A resource guide on gender mainstreaming in climate finance investment in agriculture, forestry, and other land use sector in Europe and Central Asia based on FAO experiences. This resource guide is a result of extensive collaboration and experience sharing between FAO and national counterparts and highlights 6 region-specific promising practices from global environmental facility experiences. And in progress, we work on the overview of extension and rural advisory services in the region from a gender perspective. We produced a review of the situation in fisheries and aquaculture from gender perspective in 5 member countries of Central Asian and Caucasus Regional Fisheries and Aquaculture Commission, CACFISH. Finalizing a regional study and policy brief on gender, socioeconomic and health dimensions of the impact of pesticide use. And recently we started exploring a new dimension, gender dimension of trade in the region, which will examine the role of women in specific export-oriented agri-food value chains. It's at the early stage of development. This work is also accompanied by interventions on the ground at country level that are targeting women's economic empowerment. They are in progress in several countries of the region, in Albania, in Bosnia and Herzegovina, in Georgia, in Kyrgyzstan, in Tajikistan, in Turkey, in Uzbekistan. We have these initiatives that target women directly. A government-supported project on rural women's economic empowerment was accomplished in Azerbaijan a year ago. And under FAO Turkey partnership program, FAO is implementing a project that targets both policy and grassroots levels in Turkey and Central Asian countries, striving for agri-food systems that leave no one behind. And through these interventions, often implemented in partnership with UN Women and other United Nations agencies, diverse groups of rural women, they get access to viable income generation opportunities, to decent jobs, to participation and entrepreneurship. Within these initiatives, FAO has been providing technical assistance to the Ministries of Agriculture to enhance capacities to formulate and implement evidence-based policies that are responsive to the needs of the disadvantaged groups and contribute to increased access to diverse, nutritious foods. Last but not least, I would like to highlight also FAO's work in facilitating the progress on SDG 5 monitoring and reporting, particularly on reporting on indicators 5A1 and 5A2 on equal land tenure rights for women. Despite the signs of positive developments, significant gaps remain. To accelerate progress and empowerment of rural women and girls, more systematic and concerted actions are required from multiple actors. In that respect, I would like again refer to a brief overview of the regional trends and challenges in agriculture and rural development in Europe and Central Asia from gender equality perspective that points to different forms of instability in Europe and Central Asian region that are endangering hard-won gains towards gender equality. And this includes the COVID-19 pandemic, the war in Ukraine, climate change, and environmental degradation, which all have profound gender-differentiated impacts. The report brings to our attention that in practice, gender equality commitments remain poorly reflected in national agriculture, forestry, and fishery policies that usually refer to farmers or rural population, rendering women's contributions invisible. And in many instances, national development strategies may refer to gender equality as a high-level goal, but rural development plans may generally lack gender-sensitive targets and indicators, seldom specify concrete actions, responsible institutions, and allocate budgets for specific measures. Gender perspective is often absent in mainstream policies, and while there are several positive examples in program countries of the region, the misconception persists that agriculture is a gender-neutral topic. And this failure to recognize gender as a cross-cutting theme may result in women's further isolation from key resources and increase risks that women and girls, as well as those in minority groups, will not fully benefit from the development of agri-food systems and will be left behind. Considering the above, I would like to request members as our important allies to help us to more consistently translate our commitments in gender equality to day-to-day practice and mobilize efforts to formulate, implement, and monitor agri-food policies that do not marginalize but empower women and girls as a socioeconomic group that faces persistent structural disadvantages. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Abdurazakova. I am opening the discussion on this item. Would any member or observer representatives like to take the floor? Spain, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you again, Chair. I'm honoured to speak on behalf of the European Union and its 27 member states on this agenda item, with total endorsement for this statement from Bosnia-Herzegovina, Georgia, Iceland, Moldova, Montenegro, North Macedonia, Ukraine, and Turkey. Chair, we would like to commend the work carried out by the ECHO Secretariat in cooperation with the FAO Regional Office for Europe and Central Asia to review the progress made in addressing gender equality concerns in FAO's work in the region, and to maintain, through regular updates, members' attention, support and commitment to this critical topic and the persistent challenges remaining. We note with concern that in recent years, various factors have had a serious impact on food security, such as the COVID-19 pandemic, conflicts, especially Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, as we discussed under item 7, and climate change. These exacerbate the impact on gender inequality as manifested in the multiple forms of discrimination faced by girls and by women. We would like to stress once again that making progress on the empowerment of women and gender equality is fundamental for the implementation of human rights, including the right to adequate food, thus contributing significantly to the achievement of the SDGs, especially SDG 2. We therefore welcome all initiatives aimed at combating all forms of discrimination against women and domestic abuse and sexual violence, as these undermine efforts to achieve food security. Initiatives aimed at improving nutrition and tackling economic gender-based discrimination at all levels in our region, especially in rural settings, more focused on agriculture or fisheries, are also welcome. Likewise, food insecurity leads to the perpetuation of destitution and cycles of domestic violence and gender-based violence, affecting especially girls and women, which in turn undermines communities' ability to tackle food insecurity. We appreciate the efforts made by many countries in the implementation of policies aimed at achieving gender equality in the region. But it is necessary to give greater impetus to these policies through concrete actions to broaden their support, especially in the agricultural and/or fisheries sphere. In this sense, FAO, as an organization with extensive technical expertise in this field, must continue to provide technical support to governments to strengthen their actions and the scope of their policies in favor of girls and women, leaving no one behind. Even so, we consider that there are areas where there is room for improvement and where greater political efforts are needed to advance gender equality in rural areas. Women's access to land, to agricultural means of production, and to financial services, as well as investment in girls' education and professional opportunities for women, must be improved. These policies must be accompanied by investments to improve infrastructure in rural areas and social protection measures, including childhood protection mechanisms, that, in addition to favoring the empowerment of rural women, will also result in the right to food and contribute to strengthening community resilience. We would like to recall the need to pay special attention to gender equality and women's empowerment in the context of humanitarian emergencies, climate crises, and conflicts. Also considering children, who may constitute up to half of the affected population during crises and emergencies, and whose care continues to fall primarily on the shoulders of women. We should continue to deepen cross-sectoral dialogue among ministries and other stakeholders on gender issues regarding food and agricultural systems. Finally, we recall and emphasize that gender equality and women's empowerment is a core objective of the EU's external action and the UN's 2030 agenda. We therefore also welcome the efforts of the Committee on World Food Security regarding the establishment of voluntary guidelines for gender equality and women and girls' empowerment in the context of food security and nutrition. With these comments, Chair, the EU and its 27 member states support the adoption of the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Spain. On behalf of the European Union and its 27 member states, I now pass the floor to the civil society organizations. Please.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Dona, for the excellent introduction, and thank you, Spain, for the really positive input. Traditionally and historically, women have not had access to the same support, recognition, or empowerment as men in the farming community. In many countries, including some in Western Europe, they still struggle for official recognition for their often unpaid work, for pensions and social security coverage. Women are the first to suffer at all levels from the conflicts in our region and elsewhere in our world. As women, we stand for peace and deplore all armed conflicts. Women, in most cases, also carry the double burden, that of work on the farm, care for the home and the family. This is still the case right across our vast region. Yet there's a new trend that is often overlooked. Young women, small-scale farmers, one of whom is sitting to my left, who choose to care for the land and the soil as they care for their fellow human beings. This is particularly the case in growing fruit and vegetables and medicinal herbs, all of which are accessible with innovative peasant-designed tools. These young women, in all their diversity, often work collectively and are generally involved in sustainable, agroecological, direct territorial markets of various kinds, from community-supported agriculture and other forms of local solidarity partnerships between producers and consumers, such as the Cow on a Balcony project in rural Kazakhstan, the ASAT network in Romania, and new networks in Serbia and Croatia, as well as the existing ones in Turkey and Kyrgyzstan. These women are all aware that feeding local people healthy, nutritious food is essential for their future, that synthetic pesticides and weed killers will harm them as farmers, as well as those that they feed. They're nurturing the land, and they're nurturing their families and the communities. In many cases, they're using ancestral skills learned from their grandparents. This is where the states and FAO need to allocate their subsidies and to officially recognize and support the rights to social protection and decent pay linked to the role of women as carers within the home. Today we are dealing right across our region and indeed in the whole world with an aging population, not just of food producers, but of the population as a whole. Senior citizens and elderly rural women require and should be entitled to the care they deserve, including nutritious food in institutions such as hospitals and care homes, as well as that given to children in local school canteens. This requires specific public procurement policies that can be linked to groups of sustainable local agroecological small-scale food producers. The younger women and men in the household cannot always bear the burden alone, and there needs to have full recognition for all the unpaid work carried out by women in rural areas and on farms, from childcare to accounting, from the kitchen to the cleaning, as well as working in the fields. The question of the care economy will be the theme of next year's International Labour Organizations Conference in June. Today, the burden remains very largely on the shoulders of women, even if a new generation of young men in many countries are taking an equal share in this work. In the present situation of extreme cost of living increase, women are again suffering. They give what food there is to their children, and they are more often undernourished than the rest of their families. Frequently, they sacrifice their own health care when there are insufficient resources. The SOFA report is damning in terms of the statistics of increased hunger and malnutrition. In a very recent article in Le Figaro, it stated that 30% of the French population are now food insecure. This is shocking in any country, let alone in a so-called developed nation. Women, in all their diversity, make up half the population, but do not have access to an equal hand. States, together with FAO, must provide increased equality in terms of education, opportunities, healthcare, and support at all levels. Women and men, migrant workers, must be treated with dignity, and their human rights must be respected, especially the right to food. Our recommendations are to ensure gender equality in all new regional programs and decisions under the agro issues where women have equal opportunities and capacity training, including by recognizing their diversity, their equal rights, and access to land and governance of natural resources. Continue to provide a full, equitable, and meaningful participation and leadership of the women at all levels of action, engagement, policy, and decision-making. States should be reminded of their commitments to achieving the SDGs, in particular SDG 5 and indicators 5A1 and 5A2 on women's land rights. For information, SDG 5 is achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. Gender equality is not only a fundamental human right, but a necessary foundation for a peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable world. Indicator 5A1 implies undertaking reforms to give women equal rights to economic resources, as well as access to ownership and control over land and other forms of property, financial services, inheritance, and natural resources in accordance with national laws. And Indicator 5A2 assesses the extent to which the national legal frameworks, including customary law, guarantee women's equal rights to land ownership or control. We have already made some great progress, but it's just the start. We need to continue collectively and do more. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Civil society organizations. I see Switzerland. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you again, Chair, for this possibility to speak, and I thank each and everyone for their interventions. Switzerland commends document ECHO/4323/9, and in particular supports the fact that progress made in mainstreaming gender equality in the FAO's work in the region is now a standing item on the ECHO agenda. Switzerland also supports the FAO's efforts to adopt transformative approaches on gender. It commends the new Regional Action Plan for Gender Equality for 2023-26 and calls on the FAO to step up its endeavours on gender equality. We support the need to gather and highlight statistics demonstrating the inequalities which exist in the agricultural world. Here we would like to stress the importance of gauging non-remunerated workload, mostly borne by women. Awareness raising about the quantity of non-remunerated work must help to underscore the importance of the work carried out by women in the agricultural world and fight their poverty. Switzerland has, for more than 20 years, been monitoring the social situation of peasant families, in which the situation and role of women is particularly important. It's also important to strengthen the position of women as farm managers and protagonists in rural development. To this end, it's necessary to strengthen the access of women to ownership of agricultural land, as well as access to quality training. Most farms are still held by men, which creates a major structural inequality between men and women in the agricultural sphere. Switzerland supports the transformative social policies which can improve the life of peasant women and their living conditions. Switzerland recently introduced personal social coverage for the spouse or the partner who's been registered for the farmer working regularly and to a considerable extent in the firm. This breakthrough allows for better social security for women in the agricultural world. It's also necessary to establish solutions for instances of divorce in agriculture, which often have tragic consequences for women. And to conclude, Switzerland encourages the FAO to take into account the new CFS voluntary guidelines on gender equality and empowerment of women and girls in the context of food security and nutrition. Thank you.
Thank you, Switzerland. I see Russian Federation. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The issue of achieving gender equality in agriculture is extremely important. In Russia, the ratio of women to men is 33 to 67%. And the reasons for such an imbalance are many in the agricultural world. This is the most poorly paid sector. Today, the average wages of women in agriculture amount to 78% of the average wages in general in the economy. Secondly, the wages of women in agriculture are lower than those of men in the field by an average of some 17%. And thirdly, women in agriculture either operate a joint business, in other words a farm, or they undertake corporate functions. For example, they may act as proxies, so to speak, for the men. Furthermore, in technological terms, agriculture mostly consists of so-called male professions. At present, we need to be attentive if we wish to redress this imbalance. Women have a number of advantages if they are tapped and if they are used to the full. The agro-industrial complex can only win from an influx of them we're talking about flexibility and an ability to find agreement. Women tend to seek compromise rather than victory, and this helps in resolving many business problems. Secondly, women are more active and quick in mastering new technologies, and that means they're in demand in the digitalization of agro-industrial production and the use of new technologies such as agroengineering. Thirdly, women in principle add stability to the productive and managerial cycles, and that is what Russia is now working on. That is to carry out a sensible rebranding of agriculture and make it more attractive to women, while also establishing mechanisms which would help women to make a career for themselves in agriculture. We do not support assigning rights to specific groups, because we feel that this is a forum not for discussing the rights of specific groups. Debate on this score has been underway for a number of years in the Committee on World Food Security, and the result of those titanic efforts, so to speak, thanks to the chair of the committee, has been the voluntary guidelines on gender equality and empowerment of women and girls in the context of food security and nutrition. Their text was agreed upon at an intergovernmental level, and we hope it will be adopted at the forthcoming session of the CFS in October. Lastly, I would like to respond to the comments from the colleague from Spain regarding aggression. The decision to conduct a special military operation was taken in accordance with Article 51(7) of the UN Charter and the Treaty on Cooperation, Friendship and Mutual Assistance with the Donetsk People's Republic and the Lugansk People's Republic. And the aim is to protect people who for 8 years have been humiliated and been the subject of genocide by the Kiev regime, which seized power in 2014 as a result of a non-constitutional coup d'etat, and also pose a threat to the people of our own country. Thank you.
Thank you, Russian Federation. If there are no further interventions, I can recognize Ukraine. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Regarding the statement of Russian Federation, Ukraine strongly recommends Russian Federation to take into account resolutions of the United Nations regarding the territorial integrity of Ukraine during the statement.
Thank you, Ukraine. Now, if there are no further interventions, I would like to close the discussion on item number 8 of our agenda. Is the Commission in agreement with the recommendations as outlined in the document ECA/43/23/9? If there are no objections, the recommendations from the document ECA/43/23/9 will form part of the report from this session. I thank you all for your participation, and also Ms. Abdurazakova for the introduction to this document. Thank you. Our next item is agenda item 9. Progress made by the FAO Regional Office for Europe and Central Asia on the main recommendations of the 42nd session of the ECA. The background document number for the item is ECA/43/23/10. I would like to ask Ms. Mary Kenny, Food Safety and Consumer Protection Officer in the FAO Regional Office for Europe and Central Asia, to introduce this item. Ms. Kenny, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Dear ECA participants, it's my real pleasure to be able to introduce the background paper for agenda item 9, ECA/43/23/10. In this paper, we are pleased to be able to update you on the progress made by FAO Regional Office for Europe and Central Asia on the main recommendations of the 42nd session of ECHA. On the technical theme, transforming food systems to address all forms of malnutrition in Europe and Central Asia. To facilitate the reporting, the many recommendations from the 42nd session are clustered in the paper. In drafting this paper, we saw, or we observed, or we saw the highlighting of many aspects of our work in the region, where we are addressing the 4 agreed regional priorities, and how very many aspects of our work do contribute to food systems transformation. Let me start by addressing the recommendation to advocate and promote political will on food systems transformation. In line with FAO's strategic framework 2022 to 2031 and the principles of the 4 betters, FAO has promoted sustainable and continues to promote sustainable food systems transformation and holistic approaches, building on the achievements of the UN Food Systems Summit and the UNFSS +2 stock-taking moment, which took place in July this year. So many activities of regional level, but also working with countries at country level to follow up on commitments, on new thinkings, and indeed on the very detailed national pathways that have been developed by many countries. In addition, we are working and we continue to support with a range of regional mechanisms in the region, but including the UN issue-based coalition on sustainable food systems for Europe and Central Asia. Focusing on country level results, an important achievement have been the food systems assessments completed by all of the BSEC countries, by all of the Black Sea Economic Cooperation countries. These were completed and discussed at a regional conference earlier this year in March in Istanbul. Some country examples of work include interaction and workshops with Armenia and Tajikistan, where multi-stakeholder workshops looked at aspects of sustainable food systems in those countries, including impacts of regional shocks, including climate change, and discussing aspects of resilience and looking to short-term but also longer-term solutions. We continue to work on core, let's say, thematic areas, including some of which you mentioned at the last session, including promoting bioeconomy. This includes a document which is being finalized on promoting bioeconomy through agriculture practice in Eastern Europe and Central Asia, looking at aspects of circular economy, bioeconomy and sustainable economy as complementary concepts. We have a series of food systems talks in the region, one of which focused on circular economy of food. And indeed, other important thematic focuses include, and they've been mentioned many times here today, further work on the CFS voluntary guidelines, all of them, but also including increased focus and uptake of the food systems, the voluntary guidelines on food systems and nutrition, and indeed a focus on true cost accounting of food. We have also began work to look more closely at the urban food context in the region as well, including using an assessment tool we have in FAO to look in more detail at the urban context for better diets and nutritional outcomes. You asked us to also, or we all accept the importance of working on food systems transformation to really further more intersectoral and multidisciplinary approaches. Some examples on this, very briefly, in Albania, there's very much multisectoral and cross-ministerial work ongoing to develop the agri-tourism sector. This is through the SFS Med project. Another example in the region, in Serbia, many dialogues at sub-national level have been continuing to focus on follow-up to the national pathway and to continue analytical work to understand key aspects of the food systems, including further alignment with the EU Green Deal as a priority, for example, for Serbia. Addressing equality in food systems, you saw in the paper that we have published in collaboration with the International Institute for Sustainable Development, guidelines on integrating the Leave No One Behind principle into development planning in Europe and Central Asia. In the intervening time also, the last biennium we can say, there has been increased focus also on youth and youth-related activities, and indeed engaging with youth as agents of change or part of deciding their future. On a core focus on nutrition, promoting healthy diets, and looking also at the enabling environment for consumers. Much work has been done in this area, including, for example, work on important policy tools, working on food systems-based dietary guidelines in Montenegro, Kyrgyzstan and Serbia, working with Turkey on food literacy strategy, and indeed much work has been done to develop but also use education and information materials targeting consumers, including on healthy food choices, better understanding of food labelling, and food waste prevention. School feeding programs. In the past, quite a bit of work has been done in the region in this area, but we also want to, there's increased demand from countries, and we want to further work through, we are undertaking a landscape analysis of the school feeding programs in our program countries to see how school feeding programs can be further developed and make the best use of lessons learned and available materials, indeed, in this area. On value chain development, a lot of work has continued in this area as well, including on specific quality foods, geographical indications, and we will have the 4th regional consultation on geographical indications, which we organise every 2 years in the region. A new initiative, more recent, which is a global initiative of FAO, is what we call OCOP, which is the Global Action on Green Development of Specific Agricultural Products. One country, one priority product, and this is looking at a comprehensive way of developing priority value chains in countries, and some examples include work that is underway in Uzbekistan to develop the cherry sector, Albania, wild chestnuts, and Tajikistan, for example, on apricots. Then the other areas of focus, another key area was to continue in the framework of food systems transformation to work on, to continue to support livelihoods and community development through territorial and local approaches. At the side event at lunchtime, my colleagues gave a very deep dive into community work in this area. They mentioned to us the regional technical network on community development, which is in existence in the region since 2019, and ongoing work, indeed, supporting smallholders and family farms, including through the UN Decade of Family Farming. We also in the region have a community of practice on agroecology, which is established and promotes knowledge sharing and identification of solutions for common problems. Related to food systems and food systems transformation, clearly monitoring and data collection analysis is a key part. Again, I think under agenda item 7 today, there was a deeper understanding of much of the analytical work done in the region. In addition, we also have our yearly flagship publication on regional overview of food security and nutrition, which continues to be a key in-depth analysis of food security and nutrition in the region. I wanted to also add, in terms of using, let's say, data or looking in more detail at data at country level, in the last biennium there's been quite a bit of work on monitoring agricultural policy and producer prices, so working with countries to improve capacities and knowledge on food prices as well. And this included collaboration with YAMO and OECD through carrying out agriculture market information system assessments at country level, but then also coming together through regional workshops and discussions to look at this with the participating countries. Important technical reports and reviews on agri-food trade policies, including implications of the war and other crises in the region, have been completed also by FAO in collaboration with World Bank and ATEN experts. You asked us also to continue to support regional cooperation and partnerships on issues that affect food security and nutrition and are integral to sustainable food systems. There are many different levels of partnerships and collaborations ongoing in the region, and in the paper we highlighted some, including LandNet, the informal technical network of land professionals established in 2022. We also have a long-standing agricultural trade expert network in Europe and Central Asia, ATEN, and the trade experts had their 8th annual meeting in November 2022, so it's in establishment quite some time. And more recently, in the last few years, the Central Asian Animal Health Network has been formed and brings together those working on animal diseases in the region. This is organized by FAO, but obviously in collaboration with the World Organization for Animal Health and WHO Euro. Coming to the end, Mr. Chair, I also wanted to highlight the Regional Technical Platform on Green Agriculture, which is also an important platform and a point of promoting best practices and fostering knowledge exchange and partnerships. The last set of recommendations you made to us were to focus on sustainable natural resource management. And again, I think today we had very detailed updates and discussions on this topic around land, soil, water. In addition, FAO is supporting a program of work on fisheries and aquatic systems to promote responsible and sustainable management of fisheries and aquaculture resources. And finally then, the One Health approach remains a very core part also, and allows holistic and cross-sectoral work in the region, and FAO is supporting countries in this area together at regional level, working with our quadripartite partners, WHO, WOA, UNEP and FAO through the Regional One Health Coordination Mechanism established in 2021. Working with countries and including at regional level through a network of laboratories to prevent the threat of antimicrobial resistance is also a key element. Finally, food safety is also a key aspect of our work, and in the intervening time, work has continued to support countries throughout the region to develop and strengthen national food control systems, but also work along value chains to build in preventive approaches for safe and quality food. In closing, Mr. Chair, we'd like to thank all the organisations and countries and technical experts who contribute to all of this.
Thanks for listening to me. I'm honoured to speak on behalf of the European Union and its 27 member states. And I'd like to note that Albania, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Georgia, Iceland, Moldova, Montenegro, North Macedonia and Ukraine fully align themselves with this statement. Sir, we'd like to thank FAO for the report on its recent activities in Europe and Central Asia related to the implementation of the recommendations of the 42nd session of the ECA on transforming food systems to address hunger and all forms of malnutrition in the region. We note and welcome the remarkable number of food systems-related activities in a number of countries. We also welcome the attention given to the issue of food systems transformation within the European and Central Asian regions by the FAO Regional Office, and we encourage FAO to continue to advocate and maintain the political will to work coherently and holistically on food systems transformation. We stress the importance of reconciling the objectives of sustainable agriculture and food systems, agricultural competitiveness and food security and nutrition, with the challenges of climate change mitigation and adaptation, as well as biodiversity loss. We note the need to continue efforts to facilitate cooperation and partnerships, in particular in the area of land and water management and governance for an effective management of these natural resources, as they're key to addressing water scarcity and climate change adversities. For these reasons, we commend the choice of the main technical theme of this 43rd session of the ECA, which is the sustainable use of land and water resources in Europe and Central Asia. We share the view that a holistic approach is needed that addresses inequalities in food systems, promotes human rights-based approaches, and especially empowers vulnerable and marginalized groups in the context of social sustainability, in order to provide affordable, sustainable, and healthy diets for all. We very much welcome taking CFS policy products as a key reference in this transformation process, such as the voluntary guidelines on food systems and nutrition and the policy recommendations on agroecological and other innovative approaches for sustainable agriculture and food systems. As part of this, we agree that the transformation of food systems also needs to consider urban food systems and the urban context, as stated in this year's SOFI report. We welcome the progress made in monitoring, data collection, and analysis for up-to-date information on food systems that have been facing multiple shocks, including the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, adverse weather events, and the COVID-19 pandemic, issues already expressed in item 7 of the agenda. In our view, monitoring the situation and implementing interventions are key to mitigating the adverse consequences and bolstering the resilience of food systems. We therefore value the upcoming CFS policy recommendations on strengthening collection and the use of food security and nutrition data and related analysis tools. We stress also the importance of further promoting food systems policies that increase the availability of safe and nutritious foods, make sustainable and healthy diets more affordable, and empower consumers to make healthy food choices. Therefore, we welcome the fact that improving consumers' food literacy is an FAO priority in the region. We particularly welcome the intention to use policy guidelines and recommendations of the CFS in the framework of a regional technical program, such as the CFS voluntary guidelines on food systems and nutrition and true cost accounting. And we look forward to the planned further regional exchanges in 2023 and 2024. Finally, we invite FAO to strengthen actions for fighting food loss and waste and encourage FAO to follow up on recommendations on supporting sustainable natural resources management, fisheries and aquaculture, promoting the One Health approach, and emphasizing food safety as part of a healthy diet. I'd like to conclude there. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Spain, on behalf of the European Union and its 27 member states. And I now give the floor to the European Economic and Social Committee. You have the floor.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor, and thank you very much, FAO, for inviting us here today. Thank you for this presentation, and I just would like to add and raise your attention to some practical issue we are working on within the European and Social Committee, which would be otherwise actually the bridge between the civil structured or organized civil society and the European institutions. So we as European Economic and Social Committee call for the establishment of a so-called European Food Policy Council, which could serve as an example for other countries, since dialogue between stakeholders for us is crucial. Our purpose is to feed strategically into the Commission's work, who is working, as you may know, on a new EU framework for sustainable food systems that will set the basis for systemic changes that are necessary to be made by all actors in order to accelerate the transition to a sustainable EU food system. It's not without reason that we call for the creation of a European Food Policy Council. Let's cast our minds back to the food system crisis and to the need for rapid behavioral change, as you mentioned. Indeed, we are facing a polycrisis with social, climate, health and environmental challenges which the current Commission should address in a timely manner, because the delay would risk the success of the strategies, ongoing strategies, let's say. Actually, through the European Food Policy Council that we are proposing, it would be possible to coordinate policies to achieve a more participatory and integrated approach to food policy making, to increase the quality and legitimacy of EU food policy. Let me now address the following pressing points. I am sure all you know that here are several foods, or there are several food-related platforms at local, regional and national levels, but these are not sufficient for an efficient dialogue. Therefore, food policy councils would be very necessary, and food democracy needs to be strengthened and embedded in the food policy processes. Our committee, so the European Economic and Social Committee, is ready to be a convening place to the European Food Policy Councils, and as I mentioned before, it could serve an example for other countries as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, European Economic and Social Committee. And I now pass the floor to Switzerland.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Switzerland would like to thank FAO for this report and all of the efforts made when it comes to transformation of food systems to address all forms of malnutrition in Europe and Central Asia. Swiss welcomes the 6 main action fields identified during the UN FSS+2 stock-taking moment in future actions carried out by FAO, in particular regarding incorporating food system strategies in national policies linked to sustainable development, nutrition and health, economic growth, climate and nature, promoting inclusive forms of governance and participatory forms of governance, as well as strengthening the participation of women, young people and indigenous people. We welcome the fact that you're taking into account urban food systems in an approach for the transformation of food systems. Indeed, cities are at the heart of this transformation, with consumption as a main lever of action. Switzerland supports healthy and sustainable consumption in cities, particularly through the Nutrition in City Ecosystems project, which seeks to improve nutrition, health, and reduce poverty by increasing supply and demand of diversified foods and products in an agroecological manner. We support the reorientation of agricultural policies to ensure food security, nutrition, and better health. This reorientation should also lead to the sustainable use of resources, a reduced environmental impact, as well as the preservation of biodiversity. Switzerland encourages FAO to develop the real cost approach and to work on the reform of incentives and public subsidies. Regarding youth, we need to bridge the generational gap in agriculture. I'd like to insist on this. Transporting food systems is not possible without the full and active participation of young people, as well as the Rural Youth Action Plan of the FAO, a new recommendation of general policies by CFS on the promotion of participation and employment of young people in agriculture and food systems should be actively used by the FAO. Once again, Switzerland encourages the FAO to use agroecology as an inclusive and effective approach to transform food systems, and hopes that this will feature in the report. Switzerland is a member of the Agroecology Coalition, which was created in September 2021 in the margins of the United Nations Food Systems Summit. Switzerland encourages the members of FAO to join this coalition and to strengthen the collective action in the field of agroecology. Finally, it's important that the work of FAO forms part of international frameworks in a complementary approach. It would be useful, therefore, that FAO mentions in its documents existing collaborations with other international organizations. Food systems and our region must contribute to the implementation of the new coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. In effect, the loss of biodiversities is one of the three crises: climate, biodiversity, and pollution. And the new global climate for biodiversity is a historic agreement in which food systems and the FAO have a leading role to play. We need to take advantage of this momentum and focus on implementation, also bearing in mind the FAO strategy on mainstreaming biodiversity across agricultural sectors. I'd like to thank all those involved in interpreting all of the statements made today, because they've enabled me to speak in my own language. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Switzerland. Civil society organizations, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to make a short contribution and also uptaking from what was just shared by Switzerland. Because we heard today that the transformation of our food system much depends on also the involvement of youth and enhancing especially youth agency, therefore not only the capacity of youth to contribute to food production, but also to sit there where decisions are made and therefore shape policies which will eventually affect us. And in line with this, I would like to point out one process and related document and one important tool that have recently been development and that on which we should really make effort towards implementation. The first one is a modular training program on public policy cycles for family farming, which was developed by IFAD together with FAO in the context of the United Nations Decade of Family Farming. It's a tool that us as International Planning Committee for Food Sovereignty, we have been involved with the youth working group. We have partnered with the FAO to enable this training, which basically aims at empowering youth to be part of the policy-making process. And the hope, the request for this session is that resources will be allocated to reproduce such training, which we found very useful at the international level, to also be reproduced at the ICA regional level in different countries, to train youth leaders to become also trainers themselves, to reproduce the effect of these knowledge and capacity sharing platforms. The second instruments that I would like to bring the attention, and which was previously mentioned by Switzerland, is the recent CFS policy recommendations on promoting youth engagement and employment in agriculture and food system for food security and nutrition, in which process we, as civil society organizations and peasants organization, we have been involved. We were part of a delegation which followed the process, and it was really a big struggle, because we really tried to bring our perspective, and through a long negotiation process we managed to have included important references in this document, included all the legislative frameworks, UNROP, UNDRIP, the CFS policy recommendation on gender, on agroecology, the FAO 10 principles on agroecology. These are all tools that are really important to us, to empower us young peasants, and that we always are very careful to point out when we manage to have them included in important policy papers, to move towards the implementation phase of these processes. So I wanted to bring these two instruments to the attention of today's session, and I thank you for the floor.
Thank you, civil society organization, for your intervention. Okay. If further interventions are not requested, and I think this is the case, I would like to close the discussion on item number 9 of our agenda. Is the Commission in agreement with the recommendations as outlined in the document ECA/43/23/10? If there are no objections, the recommendations from the document ECA/43/23/10 will form part of the report from this session. Thank you all for your participation, and I also thank Ms. Kenny. You're welcome. Now, according to the order of the day, we have concluded today's part of the session. However, if you have seen, the time is still 4:07. That means we are still in front of schedule, and this gives me the opportunity to make another suggestion and take item number 10 from tomorrow's order of the day. I'm not punishing you. This is a chance for you tomorrow to finish on time. I know that most of you have flights to catch, so this presents a good opportunity for us to finish with this item and have the elections and the adoption of the report tomorrow. So if the Commission is in agreement with this suggestion, we can take item 10 at this point. I don't see any objections to this, so yes, we can, and I thank you, and we can now take item 10. So, agenda item 10, amendment of the rules of procedure of the ECA. The background document number for the item is ECA/43/23/11. I would like to ask Mr. Piotr Wlodarczyk, Secretary ad interim of the ECA, to introduce this item. Mr. Wlodarczyk, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. presentation on the screen, please.
Please bear with us. I'm talking to the support team. The item was supposed to be presented tomorrow, so you will find the presentation in tomorrow's agenda. Again, it's item number 10, and it's item 43/23/11. Thank you for your patience. We will resume the session in 2 minutes max. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation.
Dear colleagues, we can resume now the session. Thank you for your patience. Mr. Włodarczyk, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry for the inconvenience and the technical issues, but again, we have successfully overcome them. So, I have the pleasure to introduce briefly the amendment of the Rules of Procedure of the Commission. The amended text of the Rules of Procedure is presented to members in document number ECA/43/23/11. The amendments to the Rules of Procedure were proposed, discussed, and agreed by the Executive Committee of the Commission. They were then consulted with and confirmed by the FAO Legal Counsel. As the final document for the session does not show specifically which parts of the text have been proposed to be changed, I would like to explain and show them on the screen. The proposed changes are the following. Can I have the next slide, please? The first proposed change is in Rule 3.1. The proposal is that the word may be replaced with the word shall, as you can see on the screen, in order to increase the level of obligation in a situation when a member of the Executive Committee is prevented from exercising their functions. With the proposed change, the member country will be obliged to designate a substitute, while currently with may, this is voluntary. The second proposed change is in Rule 1.2. The proposal is to replace the words his with the word their. The change is aiming at using proper terminology which respects the gender equality policies of FAO as shown on the screen. And exactly the same situation we have in the proposed change in Rule 2.2 as shown on the screen. In Rule 3.1, which is shown on the screen at the moment, the proposal is to replace the phrase his/her with the word their, because this is the recommended and proper term suggested by the FAO Legal Counsel. The proposed change in Rule 3 is to add a new paragraph. The new proposed paragraph provides for quorum for decision-making by the Executive Committee. Currently, the Rules of Procedure have a provision on quorum in Rule 4, which is dedicated to the ECA sessions, but do not have such provision in Rule 3 that is dedicated to the Executive Committee. Thus, it is not clear whether the provision for the sessions applies equally to the Executive Committee. With the proposed change, the situation becomes clear. The Secretariat has submitted the revised Rules of Procedure with these amendments to the Commission for consideration and adoption as presented in the session document. There is one more issue, however, which I would like to bring to the attention of the Commission. And it relates to Rule 3.1, again, as follows. The Secretariat would like to bring to the attention of the Commission that in Rule 3.1 we have overlooked and left out a phrase her/his, which should have been proposed to be replaced with the word their, and the situation is shown on the screen at the moment. We are very sorry for this mistake, but nevertheless we kindly request the Commission to consider and decide whether, for consistency reasons, the phrase her/his in Rule 3.1 be replaced with the word their, as it is done in other instances throughout the Rules of Procedure. This completes the proposed changes. So thank you very much for your attention. Back to you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wlodarczyk. I'm opening the discussion on this item. Would any member or observer representatives like to take the floor? Spain, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps for the last time in the course of this very intense day, it's an honor for me once again to speak on behalf of the EU and its 27 member states, while also conveying the complete endorsement from the following member states: Albania, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Georgia, Iceland, Montenegro, North Macedonia, Ukraine, and Turkey. Chair, we would like to commend the work carried out by the Executive Committee of ECHA in cooperation with the FAO Regional Office for Europe and Central Asia, and supported by the ECHA Secretariat in presenting these amendments to the ECHA Rules of Procedure. We believe that the proposed amendments address areas where improvement could be made and provide ECHA with more efficient, gender equal and clear rules of procedure. Accordingly, we support the adoption of the amendment to the rules of procedure of ECHA. Thank you.
Thank you, Spain, on behalf of the EU and its 27 member states. If no representatives wish to take the floor, no more representatives wish to take the floor, I would like to close the discussion on item number 10 of our agenda. Is the Commission in agreement with the amended rules of procedure of the ECHA as presented in the document ECHA/43/23/11? I cannot see any objections, so the amended rules of procedure as presented in the document ECHA/43/23/11 are now considered adopted. And this also includes the additional item that the Secretariat Interim, Mr. Piotr Wlodarczyk, has talked about, which is not presented in the prepared background document, but was presented during his intervention. I take it that this is the case, so thank you very much. I consider also this part adopted. Thank you all for your participation. Thank you, Mr. Wlodarczyk, for the introduction of the document. And with this, I can say that we have concluded today's part of the session. I would like to thank you all for your participation and interventions. You deserve to leave earlier now. It's almost half an hour prior to the ending of the session. I'm looking forward to completing our work tomorrow. But before we leave, I would like to give you some information on tomorrow's logistics. Please let me inform you that tomorrow morning, the government of Hungary kindly invites the delegates and observers for a field trip visit to 2 different sites. You are kindly invited to register for a visit to the site of your choice. If you have not registered yet, I strongly encourage you to do so. Both field trips are relevant to the session and our discussions. Please contact the registration desk as you exit the conference room. Also, those of you joining the Kyiv ZRT field trip are recommended to wear comfortable shoes because it's a field trip after all. Buses for the field trip visit will be leaving from the hotel at 8 a.m. Yes, both buses for both locations. The time is 8 a.m. The buses will return to the hotel at 1 p.m. At that time, lunch will be provided in the hotel restaurant on the ground floor, just as it was today. The draft report from the session will be made available to the participants during the lunch break. The plenary session will resume at 2:30 p.m. to allow sufficient time for delegations to review the draft report. At the request of the ECHA Secretariat, I kindly ask the rapporteurs and the report officers to contact the Secretariat now to agree on the schedule for the preparation of the report. Dear colleagues, I would like to reiterate that we will be leaving for dinner on foot at 6:45 p.m. from the hotel lobby. Yes, this will take place today. Thank you again for your active and positive participation, and I look forward to seeing you all here tomorrow. Good afternoon. Meeting adjourned.